12.
Bit of flip.
Heads is the call.
Heads is the call.
And it's a hit.
It is a head. Zintlekula has won the toss. You can come forward, please. Won the toss. What have you decided to do? And what's your reasoning?
I think looking at the surface today, we felt like it's going to be a good surface for batting, so we're going to have a breakfast today.
Yeah, fair enough. Feeling confident after yesterday's win?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, go well today.
Thank you so much.
Nice and to the point. Bowling today, Annika, how are you feeling about that?
We also actually wanted to bat first, but yeah, happy to start the game with the ball and then hopefully restrict him to a low score and then be able to chase it.
Tough ending to yesterday's match, not able to get it over the line. How are you guys feeling about today?
We're feeling positive. There was a lot of positives out of yesterday's game, although we didn't get out of the line. over the line. But yeah, we're feeling good and positive and excited to play today.
Any changes to your team?
Yeah, we have 4 changes. Amo is coming in, Sam is coming in, and Tap and Rasika.
Good job on remembering all of that. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
So the news here from the middle is that the Garden Route Badgers have won the toss and they've decided to bat first. Hi coach, you guys are sitting at the top of the table and you've won yesterday. You guys must be feeling confident.
Morning. Yes, the girls are very fortunate to win yesterday with that highly tight, intense match, but they've earned it. And regarding 50-over game today, it's a new day. Both teams are starting on naught, and we have to implement all our plans again to execute.
What do you feel you guys have been doing right this season so far?
Regarding that is the consistency in our 50-over competition. Yeah, and we do have the bowlers to defend it as well, of course, but it's important to get 50 overs of batting in and to get the runs on the board.
All right, go well today.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to a sunny Pretoria. We are at SuperSport Park in the home of cricket of Pretoria, where the Fidelity Titans take on the 6-gun and Grill Garden Route Badgers in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. My name is Jenna Sill and I'm joined by Viljoen van Wyk. Welcome, Viljoen. We were just chatting off air about a par score here at SuperSport Park.
Good morning, Jenna. Thank you. As you said, a very warm and sunny day here in SuperSport Park, Centurion. I think earlier had a look at the pitch, and it's going to be rock hard going through as the high fire pitch does. I think a good par score for the SWD might be 240 and above. I think very good for them to have a great start building partnerships and to keep the momentum going from yesterday's game.
Yeah, so as you can see out in the middle, have got SWD, the Badgers won the toss. Captain Zinhle Kula very confident in her decision, as William is saying that pitch is rock hard, so their decision to bat first, I think, could prove to be a good one, just looking at the pitch earlier.
Fantastic choice, I think, to win the toss and no hesitation, as you said, to bat first. I think I heard at the toss that Captain Anneke Bosch wanted to bat first as well, so that just give the confidence into the captain of SWD for the right decision. As we are ready here to start Lisbury Marks with the first ball of this Hollywoodbets Pro50 competition.
At the crease, we have got Julia Hall, joined by Giselle Abrams.
Pull straight left through to the keeper. Great start there from Lisbury Marks, just getting that on the stick stump line. A bit of movement from the steam, but a good start, good rhythm from her from the first ball.
Confident lead there by Julia Hall, just stepping across, covering that off stump line, making sure that she's covering anything that steams in towards her wickets.
Mark straight to their footer, driven through the extra cover region, going racing to the boundary for 4 runs, and that brings up the first boundary for the 6-gun Grills SWD Badgers.
Just a touch too full there from Elizabeth Marks with the field that she's got in play. Only 3 players in front of the bat on the off side. We've got point, we've got cover and mid off. There's a gully in play, Captain Anneke Bosch at gully, Sunay Lis at second slip, and third man Rasika Maharaj, who is in for today's game in place of Amukhilano.
Great ball there, left outside the off stump again. Very confident from Hall there to leave outside of off stump, knowing where she wants to play and maybe getting Marks to just get a bit straighter to accentuate the straight field she has and to get the runs on the board. So there's no unnecessary shots being played early in her innings. Marks again straight to the block to the gully region to Captain Anneke Bosch. No run there.
Anneke Bosch was really good in the field yesterday for the Fidelity Titans with an unbelievably fast run out to take the wicket of Zinhle Kula, the Badgers captain. She was fielding at mid-wicket. She finds herself in that gully region today, one of the most athletic regions on the field.
Marks in shorter there, guided to the gully region to Captain Anneke Bosch. As you spoke about her, the ball just going towards her in 2 balls. But a great start here from both teams. I think that Lisbury Marks can be happy with the start. Only that 1 boundary with 1 ball left in her first over. So hitting her straps very early on, and looks like they have good rhythm to start the game off. Marks again, a bit shorter there, outside the off stump, and that brings us to the end of the first over Score is 4 without loss after 1.
Just a touch on Ila's remark. She's been called up to the Proteas side for their tour against Ireland in the 50 over competition. That will be happening in South Africa in a few weeks' time. She's an exciting young bowler, 23 years old. She's tall, she gets a lot of bounce.
She has a finer belly as well that you want from a fast bowler. Very competitive, doesn't stand back for anything. I think it's correct to say that she hates being hit for boundaries. She loves being in the competition and being that brute force from a fast bowler. That's something that I think is fantastic to see in the young bowlers coming in now. As we see from this side, from the up end side, also a very experienced campaigner, Masabata Klaas, getting the new ball, starting off. Also very experienced. Let's see her first ball. Short then got it to the third boundary region. Only the one good get off strike there, just rotating, getting the scoreboard to keep on ticking over.
Masabata Klaas was at the World Cup, the 50 over World Cup, where South Africa was well deserved, to say, managed to get themselves to the final. She didn't play in that final match, but she did help the Proteas get there. Quick right arm bowler, got a lot of experience.
Bit shorter there, cut straight to the cover region, no run there. Fantastic to see also how she uses the differential in pace as well to get the ball, the batter not to get settled and also keep them thinking. And something that she does well is to keep her fielders in play. So she bowls very well to her field, and that consistency is something that makes her a world-class bowler. They straight block to the cover region, no run there. A very conservative start here from the 6-gun girl Badgers. Just waiting for that delivery to put away to the boundary. No rush at any stage. Going at a run rate of 3.3 to the over. A lot of time in a 50 over game. Once again shorter there, pulled to the leg side. Only one run, great fielding there on the boundary to keep that to a single.
Fielder at deep backward square. Samantha Skitter on debut for Fidelity Titans. She's played all of her cricket at the DP World Lions. Growing up, she played for Gauteng. She made the SA Under-19 team in 2016 in Gqeberha. She's an exciting player. The move to Titans has been good for her.
Awesome shorter there, got it to like a Bosch there that moved herself into the slip region just before that ball. And great, as I said, Masabata Klaas bowling to her field and creating the opportunities, getting into the batter's head to say, listen, I'm bowling where you want to be hit. Straight to at third slip. You see Klaas continuing. But Fuller there, well left, going straight through the keeper. And that brings us to the end of the second over, 6 without loss after 2.
A really nice proactive captaincy that we saw there from Annika Bosch. She will definitely be assisted in the field by Sinelis, who has got a lot of captaincy experience, both with the Titans at international level as well. Annika Bosch, kind of new to the captaincy scene, but so far so good.
Yeah, very proactive captain Annika Bosch. Very busy in the field, very athletic, and keeps on thinking as a captain. Not letting something go through that she can stop. You see marks continuing. Fuller there, straight left outside the off stump, going through.
Yeah, you could see the bowling plan happening throughout the first couple of balls. as Elizabeth Marks going outside off, wanting the batters to go with a cross bat. And Abraham is going there and just chopping it on, as you said, Julian. Dragged into the trap of Elizabeth Marks.
I just cramped there for space and they chopped on almost between two minds of what shot to play there. As we see the new batter coming to the crease in Dean Moodley. Fantastic start for the Fidelity Titans. The pressure they're just bowling up, not getting the singles, getting the rotation of the strike from the Badgers. And Elizabeth Marks, as we said, you can see the confidence in her bowling. She celebrated that wicket very, very well, and that's what you want from a seamer, is to keep that fire, keep getting excited for every wicket that you take.
She will definitely be excited to bowl to the batter in the crease at the moment. Nadine Moodley scoring 45 or 42 in the T20 competition yesterday here against the Titans. She's in good form at the moment. She'll need to prove herself at this format.
Mark straight at the work straight to Anneke Bosch, and that brings us to the end of the third over. Score now 7 for 1 after 3 with a breakthrough from Elizabeth Marks, taking that wicket in the over. Fantastic to see the youngster keep fired up. But important for the Badgers is to rebuild now, build some partnerships, taking their time and not feeling rushed to hit the boundaries.
Masabata class will continue. She bowled exceptionally well yesterday in her 4 overs. 1 wicket for 14 runs. That economy of 3.5 is so good from her. Just 2 off her first over. She'll be looking to replicate that today.
Fuller straight on the pads, going down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
Bat on that from Julia Hall as umpire Macheke signals 4 off the bat. Not really the line that Masabata class would want to bowl up front.
Bit too straight, and the deviation from the seam, just putting it leg side, and Wolf Macheke not getting down to the leg side. Class again straight to pull away to the fine leg boundary again for 4. That's 2 boundaries and 2 balls. Bit too straight, going down the leg side and help on its way to the boundary.
Yeah, not hit out the middle of the bat there from Julia Hall. However, a boundary is a boundary. Just getting a bit of a top edge off the cross bat to that one.
And Class needing to reassess the strategy she's bowling to now. If there's no fuel change, Fuller hit over mid on for 6 runs, and that brings the first maximum of the innings in the arc, out of the park, over the boundary. It's going to be a very expensive over. 3 boundaries in 3 balls with 1 maximum.
Just in the arc there from Masabata class, Julia Hall in great form at the moment with her top score of this series this year, 104 not out.
Shorter there, cut to the 3rd boundary and take the single. Fantastic over for the 6-gun grill Gone Route Badgers. Just working from 3 boundaries in a row, just get the single, get Nadine Moodley on strike.
Yeah, definitely confident batting. The safest place to be is on the non-striker's end, so after a couple of boundaries with an aggressive bowler like Masabata class, you don't want to be facing another ball from her. She does have a bouncer in her arsenal, it's not something you want to face. So getting on the non-striker's end, a good plan from Julia Hall.
Fuller straight to hit on the pad, it's going up for the LBW shout. Michael Checkley says no, not interested in that LBW shout. Bet there from Masabata Class. Would have been very, very tight there, struck on the pads. See movement from the pitch.
Spots Claus walking back to her mark, just questioning the umpire. What was wrong with that delivery? Perhaps a little bit of height.
Very good ball there from Masabata Class. Cheering. Slow ball there. Utterly off stump to end the over. The 6-run draw got Hollywoodbets is 22 for 1 after 4 runs. That run rate just climbed to 5.5 to the over. Very good over for them. Yeah, the opportunity there for LBW shout. Second last ball of the over. I thought it was very, very close to be given, but that's why we commentators are not umpires. But a very good over for them. Just the listening marks continuing from the Hinnops River end. Surely he's going to be fired up. Bit more aggression seen from Hall now. He's taking on the schemers, not letting them settle as well.
Julia Hall was bowled by the remarks yesterday. T20.
Fuller straight to there, great ball there from Desmond Marks. Just work to the covers. See a bit more aggressive line of attack. Attacking the stumps, giving if she miss if she hits. So that's a great shot to get there from the LBW chance from the previous over. Having the aggressive bowling this morning from the 2 opening bowlers from the Fidelity Titans. Getting straight onto the pass, work to the leg side. See, not giving her any space to open the arms and going straight over back over her head. So I think that's a better line of attack to the aggressive ball.
Yeah, it definitely is. Especially considering the track that we are playing on here at SuperSport Park. It's flat and not much given.
Straight for there, onto the off stump, just left to walk Mateke. Great start to the over for Elizabeth Marks.
You have to be aggressive on a wicket like this. It's not going to give you too much seeing on clear skies here in Centurion. It's not going to be a lot of swing on offer either. So attacking the stumps is definitely the way to go to get an early breakthrough.
Short ball there, put away into the leg side for a boundary. Great shot there. Just attacking that short ball. You see the plan working full, and that one short, but a bit too wide, utterly off stump and opening your shoulders, putting that into the leg side boundary. Don't know if that was the right plan to get there. Getting the dots both full and straight.
The field not suit for the bouncer either, especially with that line that it was brought at.
Of stump cut through the cover region for a boundary, opening her arms and putting it weight 4-4. Great shot. Game just a bit too short for the field that is set.
The sound of the bat of Julia Hall is just unbelievable. Crashing through the brand new Kookaburra, this remarks will not be pleased with back-to-back boundaries.
Also moving on to 29. Quick fire, 29 already. Short again, just put through to the third boundary between Sinead Lees and Annika Bosch, both just watching the ball go through. And that brings us to the end of the 5th over, 31 for 1. Good over there for the Hollywoodbets.
Yeah, Julia Hall, a masterclass of batting in that over. She really did respect the balls that were aggressive and attacking into the wickets, putting the ones away that were slightly off the mark, and then putting herself on strike for the next over. She knows that Nadine Moodley, with the screen of previous over, that LBW shot, she'll be shaking in her boots slightly, so putting herself on strike is a good option for her team. See a change of bowling, Kaylee Tapp into the attack. Very experienced player, right arm, medium pace. Not as quick as Mercer Butterclass and Ellis Marie Marks, but very consistent, very experienced. She grew up playing for KZN, for the Dolphins, has moved to Titans in the last 7 or 8 years.
That's all. Fuller straight, great start from her, attacking the stumps again. I think with how she's batting at this stage, attacking the stumps, being a bit fuller, good at length there, and just keeping her wondering. See the previous over and shorter and wider. It was very easier to put weight for the boundary. Great start here from Tapp. And full straight onto middle stump.
Field set here for Kaylee Tapp. We've got a second slip in play, third man out on the boundary, point, cover, extra cover, mid on and mid wicket, and then we've got the deep backward square leg play as well.
So in full, just left outside the off stump, a bit wider that ball. But you can see she wants all to drive there, sticking with at least in the slip cordon. So wanting that drive, I can promise you the cover region is ready for that one that gives us just a half a chance. Okay, Tapp continuing. Fuller straight, opening up her arms, does Hall. Hitting it for one bounce to the boundary. Just that length a bit shorter there, opening her arms, hitting straight through the ball, over the head, and getting the boundary.
Julia Hall not showing any fear out in the middle. It's in her arc and she swings the bat at it.
And she waits for that ball that suits her. Making something of nothing. Straight there, opening her arms again. That's going to be a maximum onto the embankment area to the pavilion. That's a massive blow there from Julia Hall, taking matters into her own hands, not letting the bowler settle at any stage. Full, short, good length. She wants to go over. She's going over, and a great shot there to the main pavilion.
With that massive maximum, we see a field change for Julia Hall. As cover sweeper goes out, third man comes up into the ring, and long on Butterclass goes to that boundary where both boundary options this over have been placed. Looking to get Julia Hall off strike here will be the plan for Kaylee Tapp. However, it is the last ball of the over, so an interesting fielding challenge.
Spreading the last ball of the over as we see Tapp to Julia Hall. Fuller there, hit straight past the bowler. Was Butterclass doing very well there to try and get it, but 4 runs nonetheless. That brings us to the end of another expensive over. Got it with Badgers 45 for 1 after 6. It's fantastic batting from Julia Hall.
She was really patient off the last ball of the 6th over there. She leaned into it, pressed onto that front leg. A wonderful straight drive there to beat Butterclass at mid-on. The Lisbon marks will continue.
I think sticking with the game plan, going full and straight. Yeah, interesting that last ball field placing in previous over, getting the field a bit more spread, but didn't matter, going straight past the bowler for 4 runs. You see Nadine Moodley facing up against the Lisbury Marks. Marks full, back to leg side, given a wide, going up for half a chance there for a leg side, but I don't think there was something in that.
Good work by Phil for Mancheki with the gloves. She's moving her feet quickly towards her left and putting in a tuck and roll at the end of that.
Moving very well there to Wolf Machego. Ideal start to the over. Full on the pads into the leg side. The square leg fielder coming back for two. As fine leg needed to clean up there. Very good running there from the two batters.
First runners ran hard. They turned quickly. Saw the ball's not in the hand of Samantha Skitter. Choosing to go comfortably for the second run.
Shorter there. Missed the full shot, did Nadine Moodley. See the slow ball. Great use of it. Trying with that slow one, maybe to get deep fine leg into play. Just beaten her for lack of pace there. A very, very good ball. Interesting that most of the runs scored thus far is from boundaries. Not a lot of singles. Straighten their legs. Marks for the straighter. Into mid-off for no run. Again, that straighter fuller line working very, very well.
Sebastian Bosch just cleaning up there to mid-off. Halfway through this seventh over. Field remains the same.
And for 3 runs from it, starting with a wide and then that 2. Fuller out on the off stump. Oh, something, she's not happy with something there. It's holds through action that side.
Just the landing foot, the landing area there of the left leg. She's not happy with that at all. Just rolling the ankle on that delivery. It was a good delivery considering.
Something that the Fidelity Titans would want is to get an injury to one of their spearheads early in the game. I was saying early is not any time in the game that you wanted, but as you said, a very good ball nonetheless. So the field staying the same. Marks Fuller straighter onto the pads there, going up for the LBW and given. Fantastic ball there from the Lisbury Marks, tracking Nadine Moodley, dead stone in front and given by umpire Dion. Fantastic over there from Lisbury Marks.
Nadine Moodley not able to back up yesterday's score of 45 in the T20 as she departs for 2, just that leg side flick that they had previously in this over. She was not given LBW of my Sabata class 3 overs ago. This time, dead plumb in front of the stumps. And by Dion, quick to make her decision, sticks the finger up.
Very good ball there from Lisbury Marks. Being with that Fuller straighter line. Removing Nadine Moodley as said, 2 from 5 deliveries. Partnership broken of 41.
Isel Sylvia's to the crease. The SWD Garden Route badges. She is an exciting batter yesterday, scoring 16 off 8 with very high strike rate there. High score this season of 78.
Very exciting these results there. And important for them to again to rebuild Coming in with Julia being on 44 of 28, easy thing just to get the strike rotated, get the in batter on strike. These remarks being going to be fired up for the second wicket there.
Is going up at the Northwest Dragons. She played for the Knights in the previous 2 seasons of this competition. As they got relegated, she was whipped up by the Badgers. It's proven to be a successful buy for them.
Mark straight today. Fantastic line length there from Elizabeth Marks. Bring us to the end of the 7th over. Gone batters just losing that 1 wicket in the over. 48 for 2 after 7.
Tackling aggressive Elizabeth Marks. She's so emotive, so exciting. Her 2 breakthroughs, first ball and Zalcilia's faces, hands on heads. The whole team is fired up by these 2 early wickets. The scoreboard showing 48 for 2. Just the ground staff on fixing up where Elizabeth Marks rolled and popping crease. They're not sure where in.
Spear walking down to the middle of just kicking that left ankle, but with maybe rolling her ankle, great ball there, following it up with the wicket. Fantastic over there from Elizabeth Marks. Absolute warrior. Tap continuing to Julia Hall. Straight to slower, fantastic start. Just getting her no room, no pace on the ball. I think that using the slow ball, Jenna, is a fantastic way to manipulate the batter as well. But towards your field, with Oswald the class being here on the long on boundary. Fuller straight, slow again. No run, straight to these remarks at the middle. That may be the way to go there.
Yeah, definitely. And Haley Tash is so experienced. She's got a lot of variations in her back pocket. The slow ball being one of them. And of course, the slower you bowl, the more the Lee Kookaburra is able to swing in the air.
Again, face on delivery, straight over, back, overhead for 4 runs. I said, face on delivery. What's the difference there? Not going with a slower ball again, in the arc, going straight overhead. And that brings up the 50 for the 6-gun girl, Hollywood Badgers. 50 runs, only off 48 balls. Great run rate for them. Unnecessary getting the face on the ball. Changing field, Elizabeth Marks going to long off, and Masabata Class still long on. That slow ball, right delivery, missed there from Julia Hall. As she also moves to 48.
So of those 52 team runs, Julia Hall won 48. Unbelievable batting from here. She's manipulating the field, creating shots out of nothing. Not allowing the slower ball of Kaylee Taff to hinder her momentum.
Face on delivery, cut through the point regions for a boundary, and that will bring up the 50 of Julia Hall. Fantastic innings thus far, 52 of 33 deliveries. She's a bit wider there, face on delivery. It's easier for her to open up her shoulders and cut that through point. Fantastic innings thus far from Julia Hall.
Fidelity Titans finding themselves on the back foot when all is on strike.
Tap straight and slow there, just blocked to the point fielder on no run, and that brings us to the end of the over. 56 for 2.
Fidelity with a good start to the over, being in the variation of the slower ball, which seemed to be working. But Julia Hall managing to get on top of it. We see a field change. Simone Lawrence comes onto the field. Esme Marks, after the tumble and rolled angle of the previous over, steps off the field. So we will have a bowling change. Masabata Class will continue his spell from the end up to the end.
Boxers leave the field just to have a look at that ankle. Moving a bit gingerly in that previous over.
Definitely a bit of strapping needed from their physio, Tipisole Shoreville. Experienced physio, but she's been with the SA emerging side for a couple of tours last year. Some experience in the athletics track as well.
Last year, Fuller straighter going up for the LBW. Be a bit of bat involved there, but great start there from Masabata Class. Going full and straight, the Yorker delivery. Only bat, I think, sailing it is Alcelia there. We need to focus on Celia now. Yeah, the most strike. Last bit shorter out to the off stump. Misfield there in the cover region. Going through for the single. I think that's not what the Fidelity Titans ladies would have liked. Getting Julia Wall on strike. Very quick 550.
And with that rotation of strike, a field change, Annika Bosch, skip up the Titans today, sends herself out to the cow corner boundary. Sabata Class has got a long on and cow corner, no mid wicket in place, but to name this at square leg. Short fine leg, short third man, point cover, extra cover, and mid off. Very protective.
Class puller outside off stump. Just work to the cover region. No run there. Bit of the base off the delivery there. Again, just using the slow ball is going to be key. Julia Hall restored today, loving the base on deliveries, hitting it out of the park. Last shorter work to backward point, no run. Good over this for Masabata Class and the Fidelity Titans.
8 balls left in the power play. Julia Hall will be looking to keep her momentum and make sure that she doesn't fall into a hole as soon as the power play ends, with 4 fielders being allowed outside the inner ring.
2 deliveries left in the over. This last just sent the boss onto the boundary. For outside the off stump, left to Tebogo Mateke.
Masabata Class just before that ball was bowled, making sure that both Bosch and Lawrence, who are out on the boundary, are all the way on the boundary.
Oh, maybe that double bluff. Waiting for the short ball. Fast ball straighter. Work to mix up the chance for a run out. Direct hit, but is absolutely safely there. But great fielding there from the short third man, short fine leg, sorry. And again, Julia Hall just rotating the strike at the end of the over. That single brings us to the end of the over. End of the. It's 58 for 2 after 9 overs. Partnership so steady, going to 10 runs. Great over there from Masabata Class. Only the 2 from it. But getting the new batter, trying to keep her on strike, not working.
Into the attack now, Samantha Skitter, who just performed a pretty decent piece of fielding at that short fine leg region. So she's on debut here for the Fidelity Titans. right off medium pace balls, a lot of cutters and slower balls into the wickets. Pace has increased significantly since her time at the Lions, but not as quick as Masabata Class or Elis Myanmar. It's about the same as a Katie Tapp. She will be looking to make her mark here for the Fidelity Titans as she opens up the last over of the power play.
Let's get to that slow ball outside the off stump, going through to keeper Mateke. I think variations from Skitter is going to work very well on the surface. Take the pace off, bunning a few cutters with Leeds. So now he's waiting on the long on boundary. Straight to slower, blocked by Julia Hall to the cover region for no run. That's a great start on debut, starting with 2 dots.
Just before the first ball was bowled, she had a long chat with Sunelis, who imparted some knowledge.
Fuller straight onto the boot of Skitter, deviated into the leg side, run through for 1. Loud hard call there from Julia Hall, through for the single. But Skitter not wasting time in her over, getting back to the mark and running in.
Yeah, a field change for the rotation of strike as Isel Salias gets a deep backward square and a third man on the boundary. Madani comes up into the ring and mid-wicket in play.
Just going to Fuller on the pads there, work to the fine, short fine leg. Fantastic ball there from Samantha Skitter. I want to almost just get through. But a great start for her on debut. 3 dots in the over, and then just that single, it went straight back to her on the boot for 1. Ball straight, no run there, just kept up by Izalsalia.
Skitter is a cricket player who enjoys playing hard cricket. She schooled at JP High School for Girls. Her and I played some cricket together at school level. She's an exciting player, very emotive.
Shorter there, slow ball, just missed by Izalsalia, and the fumble from Tabok Macheke that brings the single in the over. And that brings us to the end of the 10th over. 60 for 2 after the first 10. The run rate 6 to the over as we have a change in commentary. Gemma leading the box. Joining me, have a look at the scorecard. Duo 54 of 41, still going good and hard. Abrams, just the one of the 5 deliveries. Nadine Moodley, also the LB Downey from a legendary mark, going for 2. Nizam Salia continuing with Juno Hall. Getting straight to there onto the pads, going up for the RBW shout, but no. Welcome, Valen. What do you think of the first 10?
It's been a very impressive start by the Badgers, particularly Julia Hall. Of course, she's now the leading run scorer in this tournament, and it shows. She's been dominant, anything over pitch or short so far by the Titans today, and they have been straying to her, making it a bit easy. And so a wonderful power play for them. Getting 60 in the power play really sets you up.
Thanks to rejected score as well. Going good there. Let's put it straight onto the legs. Working to the leg side. Did Zamsalia only for the single. You see something in the first 10 battle that stood out for you from both sides?
Just think the Titans haven't been disciplined enough. They've rolled well to the batters on the other side so far, but particular to Julia Hall. They've overpicked. She's been able to go over the top down the ground, and they've been short. She's been able to pull and cut the ball away. It's just not enough discipline to find a good channel. You can see all the good deliveries she just left alone. They need a lot more of that.
Straight. As you said, they're just keeping the good deliveries out, waiting for the loose ball. Put away to the boundary. An absolute good strike as well. She cleared the boundary for the 6. Massive hit. So, taking her time. Just getting onto the pads there. Worked into the leg side. Wanted to come back for the 2, but I was keen up there.
And a few quick runners in their side, the Badgers, sitting on top of the table. And you can see where it's been playing this season. Been very impressive, taking it around from last season. A few quick runners, Julia Hall, Mika de Reuter. It's almost different run when Mika de Reuter comes in. Maybe we'll get to see that a little bit later on. Now he's out, so yeah, she's been so impressive across the 2 tournaments this season. Wonderful technique. And able to up the tempo as well when she decides to just put her foot down.
Oh, straight there. Work into the leg side. Disaster. This is the most singles being taken in 10 overs. Mostly boundaries getting the most of the runs. So good just to change the tactics as well. Straighter balls just hit into the leg side for the single.
Yeah, we're working on the graphics and sort things out, but as it stands, we'll call the ball, but we'll make sure you know exactly what's happening.
Oh, straight there, kept out, just wanting to run and getting the run. The Julia Hall just not cleaning up there. And that brings us to the end of the over. 64-42.
Yeah, it's a hot day out there in the middle. As before Park was out there for the toss, and it really is a scorcher this afternoon or this morning, so it feels like afternoon out there. This type of weather usually leads to a bit of thunderstorms later in the day. We'll see if that's the case yet. But Badgers set themselves up for a nice big total here today. We saw yesterday with the men's side as well and the ladies. I think it's a very good batting pitch out here at SuperSport Park. It tends to be, and it's this exact same thing again here today.
Let's continuing straight there, hit into the cover region in no man's land. The Julia Hall there, clean up on the boundary from the boundary rider. Is that one? Bit of an extra bounce there, I think that surprised Julia Hall. But luckily for her, there was no fielder in that cover region, in the ring.
Samantha played for the Lions previously. Come over to the Titans, getting some opportunities today. And again, things are looking good for them from the viewer's side. And that you can see the screen now. With this. Fewer out at third, and also a sweep running offside and a deep square leg.
Let's go for a striker there. Opportunity caught behind, given by umpire Macheke. On debut, Samantha Skitter taking her wicket in a first wicket in her second over. Fantastic breakthrough there from the Fidelity Titans. Izalcia removed for 4 runs.
She does not look impressed at all. She's also here. She's making her way slowly off the field. She was just staring down at the umpire. She didn't feel that she got an edge there. She might have hit the ground, but the umpire decides that that one is out, and she'll have to make her way off. One of the rare, let's say, we can call it a failure. Going for single digits today, even if it might not have been her fault. She goes for 4, and the Titans desperately needed another breakthrough. If you can't dismiss Julia Hall, at least make sure you get the batters on the other side.
Absolutely, so that brings Dirksen to the crease. Also has a lot of experience on the international scene as well. But fantastic ball there from Samantha Skitter. The Fidelity Titans liking the breakthrough. See Abby Jackson there on strike for the third ball of the over. Score now 65 for 3 after 11.2. That partnership just started to grow and was on 17 runs. The run rate now 5.8 to the over. Let's get Fuller straighter onto the bat of Andre Dirksen.
Yeah, it's been a very accurate start here from Samantha Skitter. If you've got a nice attacking field here, the Titans, led by Mecca Bosch today, have 6 fielders up in the ring, almost closing in on the new backers.
Let's get okay. With chops out. Chops given at point. Ball in the air and dropped. It's a crucial miss there.
That is a costly miss there at point by Amogelang Apangula. Straight to her. Should be out every day of the week. Not the best delivery Skitter has bowled today. Dirksen offering up that opportunity. She almost didn't even have to move. And it goes down.
Skitter to all, just giving no with the utterly off stump. For no run, no ball called by umpire Macheke. But that will be a free hit and could be costly with Judah on strike.
She seems perplexed by that decision from the umpire, calling that one a no ball. She's not convinced about overstepping. The fielding positions look absolutely fine. Pretty.
Shorter there into the cover region, only for one. That's the second best thing you can get from a no ball, and a free hit is only a 1.
Yeah, it's strange. She doesn't seem to really go after it. We saw a similar thing yesterday with Finales, who just have a quick look at this no ball call and catch again. It's going down at point, going to her left, not able to get her hands around it.
Let's get that full straight. Kept out there from Andre Dirksen. A fantastic Yorker ball there from Samantha Skitter, taking the pace off that last ball of the over. And that brings us to the end of the 12th over, 68 for 3.
Yeah, as I was saying yesterday, something similar happened. No ball was bowled and Sinead Lees was on strike for the free hit, and she blocked it. And then almost afterwards, like I was thinking, was it a free hit? And she was just shaking her head. So that's not something you see all day.
Yeah, anything can happen. Just being so focused to getting the job done. You see Masabasa class continuing from the English River end. Julia Hall just needing some support from the other side to keep on rotating the strike.
Field to spread out a bit more for Julia Hall. Extra field around the boundary. At a deep mid wicket. Long off. Sweep around the outside.
Outside the off stump. Got to the cover region for no run. You can see the shot there that she just shattered bad. Maybe wanting to drive it and not cut. Remember the first wicket going down as chopped onto the stumps. So great there from most of other class. Pull it there onto the off stump. Just kept out by Julia Hall. She's in no hurry to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, she really has been playing the ball on merit this afternoon or this morning. I'm saying this afternoon, that's so hard. But no, she's really been playing on merit. Anything over pitch she's gone after, anything short she's gone after, but anything that's just fucked her up on the off stump she's defending.
On the pads there, straight back to Masbata class for no run.
And so more of that needed from the Titans here, who at least have the 3 wickets to show for their effort so far, but behind the 8 ball when it comes to the run rate. But we know that it can be a quick scoring venue here at SuperSport Park.
Last puller slower onto the off stump, worked into the leg side towards the cow corner boundary for the single. Great over here from Masbata class thus far. Only that single coming from it off the 4 balls and taking the pace off. Still, I think pace off straight. Good length bowling today is going to be ideal for any bowler.
As a class has been around for a long time, both domestically and in international cricket. From Bochambelo in the Free State originally.
Well, straight, keep up Henry Dirksen. No run there. See, from the chances she gave for the previous over, just getting back into getting back bat on ball or searching for something.
Yeah, given an opportunity on a duck, and we know how destructive Henry Dirksen can be.
Well, slow again, outside off stump, driven to the sweeper on the offside boundary. That brings it to the end of the 13th over. 17 for 3.
Henry Dirksen didn't have the best of World Cups. He didn't start out, and then she did come in later in the tournament after a few matches. Then struggled along. Didn't bowl, batted a bit, but didn't get big runs. And then in the final, she looked at her best, made 35. While she was still there with Simone Laura Wolfer, I'm not sure what I'm talking about today. Probably comparing the batting styles, but Laura Wolfer, of course, magnificent World Cup. And so while Henry Dirksen was still there with her, then that change still possible. The moment she went out, things just seemed to unfold real quickly.
So just get to continuing. Slow, straight, driven to the cover region. Misfield there from like a Bosch. Getting the opportunity for the single taken.
Generally a good fielder, Annika Bosch, and she'll be a bit disappointed with that as they send out the sweeper on the outside. Long off, long on, going back as well, and also a deep mid wicket for Julia all makes sense to be a bit more defensive against her.
It's good to straight to chance there, a short fine leg opportunity given, and that goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Looked like she was a bit trapped there for space. Just getting that battle out, an opportunity given and not taken.
I think it's well played on the end by Julia. That's what she was aiming to do. She just didn't get much power behind it, and so almost lobbed to 45 on the leg side, but enough to get it over, and it races away this quick outfit, despite all the rain around the last couple of weeks.
And let's go straight. And no run there. Captain Bosch getting her body on the line in the inner ring. No ball shall pass. Better line there from Samantha Skitter. Giving any length or width. She runs very quickly through her overs. Bit shorter there. Went straight back to Skitter. Misfield and getting the single on the 4th ball of the over.
Those are the type of things the Titans really can't afford. It's very hard to build any pressure if you keep letting the runs flow easy like this. Misfields first by Annika Bosch, and now from the bowler herself. It's just easing any pressure that might have been building with the wicket to fall, dropping Henry Dirksen, and so now it's a new partnership forming again for the Badgers.
A bit shorter there, straight on the off stump. It's straight back to her. Cleaning up nicely there. with 1 ball remaining in this over.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Skither. I think it's his first match for her this season. Coming in, showing immediately what she is capable of.
So short driven by Harry Dirksen through the extra cover region, and that will be the boundary of the last ball of the over. Sorry, the second last ball of the over. Fantastic shot there from Harry Dirksen. It was the last ball of the over, so any that over with a boundary, that brings the total to 80 for 3 after 14 overs.
Yeah, just as I was singing her praises, just slightly over pitch. But to be honest, it was really just a good shot by Anneli Dirksen. It wasn't too much fault with that delivery. It seemed like we will have a bit of a bowling change from the south side end. So Kelly Tubb coming back into the attack. Does look like it's just a bit of change of ends for her. The experience playing her for the Titans. Kelly Tubb.
Kelly Tubb coming into the attack from the Enoch River end. Her 2 overs going for 22 runs. She would like to get done with that figures. She is bowling to the step. Julia Hall. Offside again with the sweeper on the offside boundary, only for 1.
It's been an interesting time this year for the Badgies. They've been very good in the 50 over tournament and not so good. Yeah, 20 over tournament until yesterday. They got that one over the Titans, which to be fair, the Titans probably should have taken that, but was messing up the chase a bit there in the end. Again, giving soft wickets away.
Up to that, and Fuller straighter on the off stump. Just work into the covers. Better line and length there from Kaylee Tubb. Getting a bit more straight.
Quite like the idea of a double header like we had yesterday with the ladies playing and then the men's playing. Almost similar how they do in the 100.
Up to that, and giving the space on the offside. No one there, cleaned up in the cover region.
Looks like Dampton is now locked in after that early opportunity she gained. They decided here for the Titans. They can't afford big partnership between these two fields. They do know it will come at a good rate.
Up Fuller straighter there. Straight back to Kaylee Tubb. Picking up from her own bowling. Very, very good over this far from Kaylee Tubb. Only the 1 run, the 4 balls.
Coming up into the ring now is Snellies at square leg.
A full off stump, no run there, and a coverage and fantastic fielding there. More disciplined in the covers, wanting them to drive with the sweeper on the offside.
Yeah, they've also now sent long off back, so that's why Snellies had to come into the ring. Of course, has to be 5 fielders in the ring at all times in the ladies' game.
Up full straight, also again back to her, and just the misfield, getting that single to Anneli Dirksen to end the over. Chance for overthrows, unnecessary end of this over, and the misfield brings the 2 runs at the end of the 15th over. That brings the score to 83 for 3.
Yeah, pull all around from the Titans, misfield from the bowler, then overthrows. Not a good throw from Lesbury Marks, but also not doing enough to get behind it is the ball from Macheke. So we'll come to drinks. Finally, it's 83 for 3 at drinks after 15 overs. The Badgers still looking at ascendancy despite being 3 wickets down. Julia Hall, the key on 65 without loss. And we'll be back with you very soon. Welcome back after the drinks break, where the Golden Badgers will continue on in 83-3. Julia almost right at 65 without last going at a wonderful strike rate of 118. And Samantha Skipton continue on from the middle end.
First try to work into the leg side. Very good fielding there from the square leg. Fielder only the one.
Looks like Centurion. Very good in the field. He's the youngster, still 18. A good hockey player. Doing well. She and her twin sister.
Very fast across the ground. Doing very well to keep that for a single. Let's go for fuller straight to the covered fielder. Masabata Klaus there doing very, very well to keep that 2-0 run. I think after the drinks break, something that the Fidelity Titans would love is to take a quick wicket for the 20 overs is gone. Let's go for the slow ball, getting movement from the seam there. No run to Masabata Klaus. Very tidy start here after the drinks break.
Yeah, sure. Amukhalan Mapangula would love another opportunity to take a catch off Henry Dirksen. Drop from 0, moved up to 9. It's not done too much damage just yet, but that can change very quickly.
Let's go straight into the pass there. Kept up by Henry Dirksen. Into the covers, no run there as well. Tidy over.
Now, Dirksen get that feeling if you can just block her up a bit for a while, she'll play a rash draft potentially. She likes to keep the scoreboard moving, likes to go big over the top, have Maron and Madoff up in the ring for her. So don't be surprised if she tries to go over them. As I said, there will be a bit of a field change. Finally coming up in to the mid-wicket region, and then deep square will just going behind square.
It's got full straight. Driven to the point region for no run. See just the extra fueling that covers. Wanting to let Dirksen drive with Anneke Bosch still running the offside boundary fence. You see a change again. Leslie Marks going down to long on. We're wanting Dirksen to keep the strike for the next over. Out by the offside. Opportunity there to the boundary on the offside. Cleaned up very well there, that Anneke Bosch, and that brings us to the end of the over. Just that 2 runs of the over, end of the 16th over, 85 for 2.
The plan was to keep her on strike for the next over. Plan successfully implemented. I think Dirksen will be facing up from the Hengels River end. Yes. Yes, it's not the loading chamber is at the top again.
Okay, top continuing from the Hengels River end. Well, previous over was very good. Just 3 runs of it.
Yeah, much better from the last one. But she has already conceded 25 of her 3 overs today.
After that, some full straight driven straight to Masabata class in the cover region. So the ball is following class in that cover region. Doing very, very well. Moved swiftly to ensure that there's no runs. Change of field placement. And Dirksen coming into the extra cover region. Up full straight. Dirksen straight over her head for a maximum. Just a bit too full. Open the shoulders and hit straight over her head for a maximum.
I mentioned how much she enjoys going over the top down the ground, and she'll take that opportunity with Maron and Madoff up in the ring. So just slightly over pitch this time from Kennedy Tubb. And a clean swing through the line and good technique shown as well, holding her shape from Annie Dirksen. No change in the field, so there's a bowler who needs to do the adjustment here in length.
Up shorter there, straight back to and Anneke Bosch clean up that side. Better ball there. Going too full, keeping a keen eye on the game plan from Anneke Dirksen. You can't be too full into straight to her, as you said. Likes hitting straight. Very, very strong and hard hitter of the ball. Put it there, straight back on the ground for 4 runs. Just as you said, straight is one of her favourite shots, and immense power for that 4 runs.
Yeah, this is poor bowling by Kaylee Tubb. Now there will be a change in field with third coming up into the ring, but again you see over pitch, juicy high volley and smash down the ground by Annie Dirksen. She says thank you very much. And now there's a long on and long off going back on the boundary. So now she can't afford to drop it too short. Very important for Tubb. She's now they make another fielding change. It's almost like Anneke Bosch is following the ball here today. And we get going out to the boundary, and Bosch is out. Straight from cover.
Up full straight, driven straight to Masabata class in the cover region. Annie Dirksen just wandering a bit out of her crease there. Just getting herself in trouble. With the ball moving swiftly to the stumps.
Smart work from some of the clubs. Getting some reason here out of this over without any further damage.
After the off stump, driven to the fielder on the sweeper on the offside. Only 1-11 of that tough over. That brings us to the end of the 17th over. Score now 96 for 3 after 17 overs.
I think it might be time to turn to Polynama Shishi. Get off spin going, or get Andre Smith into attack. They need to change something up because it's not working for the Titans currently. Things are not having a good day out so far, so won't be surprised if she gets pulled out of the attack. But for now, Samantha Skitter will still continue on from the pavilion end.
Absolutely, just thinking of getting the pace of the ball. You see how good Samantha Skitter is bowled with getting pace with the ball. Can we get Mashishi into the attack? Trying to do something with the spin. You see Skitter is continue from our commentary end to Dapson. Slightly outside the off stump, driven powerfully to the Captain Bosch on the offside feint. Cleans up nicely there, only for 1.
And it didn't look at too much of a rush. They do too much running here today in the heat. Yeah, at SuperSport Park in Centurion. There's a nice boundary hitting venue anyway, so you don't generally have to do too much running here. But it is big field on the outside, larger boundary today. You look at it to your left.
Ball straight, worked into the leg side, pushing forward 2, not only the 1. As Elise remarks, skis up there. That's not the arm that I want to taste it. I want to go for 2 there. Bit too straight there from Samantha Skitter. It's too easy to work it for single with the boundary riders on the fence. Skitter outside offside, driven by Marie Dyson, straight to Captain Anneke Bosch on the sweep on the offside.
Yeah, it's just coming way too easy here for the Badgers. This partnership has moved down to 54, only the 38 deliveries. And they can't seem to stem the flow here, the Titans. It's a little bit of pressure. Hold up some dot balls.
Outside off stump, left to the ball from my takehead, the Julia Hall. And you see, just the support that Julia Hall has now from Henry Dirksen. It's wanting to rotate the strike, and it's too easy, as you say, to get the singles, just hitting the boundary riders, getting the single. The outside off stump, cut through 2 point, no run there.
Looks like Julia's in for the long haul here today.
But it's saying that they've had it.
Or she's gone off to a flying start, race to 50. And just curve her side back a bit, still going at a healthy strike rate.
Or just get that one out, take the single. There's an opportunity, but no one backing up there. The effort there from Samantha Skitter, and that single brings up the 100 for the 6-gun grow. Garnet Badgers at the end of the 18th over. Score now 100 for 3 after 18 overs.
Yeah, it's been a very good going here for the Badgers. Of course, the final of the Division 2 T20 knockout competition, CSA T20 knockout competition, will be coming up tomorrow at 1 between the Flex Brand Knights and Eastern Cape Inyati. So it's a rematch of qualifier 1 there, which the Knights won comfortably. East Cape Inyati ended up beating the Garden Red Badgers in the second qualifier, and now a rematch there. The young players to look out for there. It's quite exciting. So should make for good viewing. So do tune in tomorrow on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel at 1 to see all the action. Finally, it is Paulina Mashishi asking for it. A bit of a change from that end.
Straight there to Julia Hall, just taking the single to the long off fielder. Again, too easy, but I think a good change in bowling here for Paulina Mashishi coming in from the observer end.
Just need to make sure they get their field settings right. They do seem a little bit all over the place today, the Titans, for what they want to do, what bowling plans they have.
Mashishi straight, ball it straight back to her. Better line there, but cramp for pace, or for space rather, is Andre Derksen. And a bit more flight there, work into the leg side, taking the single. Great batting here from these two Gauntlet Badgers batters.
Dressing room very enthusiastic. Simon Brown giving a lot of encouragement to the middle.
A bit more flight there. Julia Hall using her feet, work into the leg side, wanting the two, but Andre Derksen not running the first run hard enough, just jogging through for the single.
Guarantee you if it was wicket or if she was back for the second.
No, absolutely. Mashishi, but straight they went into the leg side, straight to mid wicket, no run.
Really feels like change of pace. Just putting things back a touch here for the Titans. She needs to end off well.
She straight worked into the leg side there. No run to mid wicket, and that brings us to the end of the 19th over. Score now 103 for 3. And we have 3 runs there from the first over from Paulina Mashishi. Partnership now moving to 38. Julia Hall on 70 of 62. Andre Derksen 24 of her 30 balls.
So at least coming into the attack now from the pavilion, and so double spin now on for the Titans, and as I said, needed to change the pace a bit here, just turn things around, apply a bit of pressure and see if they can eke out a wicket. Bowling off spin these days. Sinead Lees used to bowl leg spin, but she just wasn't able to control it well enough anymore, so she switched over to off spin, although I didn't see it turning the ball much. She tries to be as accurate as possible, wicket to wicket.
So a lot of experience. Sinead Lees into Julia Hall. Julia Hall using her feet straight back to Lees, and that's a sore hand. The ball was struck very, very hard, straight back to her, and you can see her, she's down on her knees.
And it looked very painful. Probably the tip of the finger. We hope it's nothing serious. That it's just a bruise type of thing and not something more serious like a dislocated finger or even a broken fingernail. You guys sometimes see almost got it on the full, almost wedged underneath her finger. So the physio medics come out quickly to check on her, and maybe a bit of breathing room for the Titans to come up with plans in this break. Seems like she's in a bit of pain, sooner at least, but getting a bit of attention.
No, not a good sign here for the Fidelity Titans, ladies. But just to recap here, after score 103 for 3 after 19.1 overs. Change of bowling. Paulina Mashishi coming from the observer end, just getting it very quickly through over, going for 3 of that over. As we see the Ireland Women Inbound T20 Series coming to South Africa. Seems like this up and running there, continuing with over.
Yeah, G seems okay. If you're able to bend the fingers and bring it out a bit, that means it's nothing too serious, nothing broken, no fractures. And that's good news for the Titans because they probably need a bit of some Elisa's bowling here today.
So fighting character is at least went down easily, but the ball hit very, very hard straight back in the first ball of the over. See all the fielders coming back into their positions, so at least just trying the finger there, going through her action. She continues her over. Well, to Julia Hall on 70. More flight there. Straight to work to short third for no run.
Yes, and then we can say generally accuracy of the long on, long off, deeper we can be square leg out.
But flatter there, work into the covers for no run. See Julia Hall just wanting to open its shoulders. Trying to hit the gap. She's a very, very good striker of the ball. More flight using her feet, just nudge straight to Captain Bosch for no run. Great over this far for the Fidelity Titans, and from Sunay Lees, 2 balls left. Lees spinning flight straight and worked into the leg side. The Julia Hall running hard, wanting the second run, but again just Henry Dixon not running hard. The first one, that's the first runs of this over.
That over at the Wanderers. It's the Deep World Lions taking on WSB Western Province women. Lions on 107 for 3 out of 20.2 overs, going strong there. Here's Karabu Meso, who's on 41 of 49, still vying to take the top spot as a keeper at the Proteas. Between her and Sinanda Jafta, still both selected in the series against Ireland.
Good more flight there, driven into the covers. Great fielding. Great stop there from us by the class, as that single brings us to the end of the 20th over. Score 105 for 3.
Yeah, good over there from Sunay Lees. Very accurate here from the NL end, so it's just a little bit of a momentum shift here for the Titans. See the Ireland series coming up starting on the 5th of December with the T20 series down at the World Sports Bet in Newlands before heading over to Bulan Park on the 7th and then finishing up that series on the 10th. Just up the road from here, Willamore Park in Benoni. Then we'll also have 3 ODIs against Ireland. Have a change in commentary as Jenna still joins me.
Thank you, Brendan.
Oh, thanks. Beautifully covers. Beautiful covers by Henry Derrickson. The last thing Titans can afford right now is giving any freebies, and with all the fielders up on the offside apart from Longworth. Well, punch.
Yeah, I think the incoming of the spinners was definitely left slightly too late, as Pauline Mashichi and Sunay have managed to bring things under control once again. So Jackson starts one down. Mashichi as consistent as ever. She goes for the sweep. It's called a wide through the legs of Tibuku Macheke. That'll go down to that fine leg region. Rasika Maharaj collects that and they go through for the ones. That's 2 added to the total. 111 for 3.
What's your feeling on the new white ball rule they are trying currently, Jen?
I think it gives a lot of discretion to the umpires, which is a good thing, as they don't take a one down to long off. Yeah, I think there's a lot of movement in the crease, especially at the men's T20 level. Limited over cricket has become a lot of movement from the batters. So I don't think that this white line trial period is a bad thing. The fact that it is a trial is a good thing as well. Especially just allowing the rotation of the strike with that long off fielder. Your views on the white line, are they similar?
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, but it's just objectively used. So it's down to the umpires to make that call, and so it's been some up and down calls regarding which ones are wise and which ones are not. The idea is with the batter moves across, just to the left side to end over number 21 to 114 for free. Yes, the idea is just so the batter generally bats around there with the feet at the heel of the foot will be on that line. Whether you're a left-hander or a right-hander, and then if you move across the stumps and the ball goes in between that line and the stumps, it won't be called a wide. That is the idea. And so hopefully that gets implemented well. Of course, the umpires themselves have to get used to new playing conditions coming in every season.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think the umpire's job is not an easy one at all, and very often fans are quick to judge the umpire's decision, but it is tough. And just to have a chat about these Island Women Inbound ODI series, as the umpires are probably just having a look at the time, being played in East London, Quebec, and in Johannesburg. Sunelius continues. Hall uses her feet and plays this the flat bat out to long on for one.
Wonderful as the 50-run partnership comes up between Henry Dirksen and Julia Hall. Julia almost taking a back seat in this partnership, making Henry Dirksen do the running, figuratively, of course. But it's been very good going between these two. Of course, an early opportunity, kind of begging for the Titans. Dirksen already making them pay with 30 runs so far.
Driven through the covers, Annika Bosch as solid as ever out in that sweeper region. Quick in and out of the hands, now to come through for the one. A lot of change in the field, as you were saying earlier, Vanna. The Titans seeming a little more calm in the field now than they were when the pace bowlers were bowling. Using the feet again, Julia Hall. Kaylee Tapp collecting it for one at middle.
Yeah, been very good with using the feet as Julia Hall. She's the one to move around a bit in her crease and manipulate the field.
So it's played with soft hands towards that point region as they come through for a single. A lot of rotation of strike in this over. 4 runs from 4 balls.
Yeah, it just feels like the Titans have just not been able to build any pressure on the Badgers. Despite the 3 wickets since that drop catch, it's seemingly coming very easy for the Badgers.
Full toss, and it's played to the leg side. Leonie Smith puts a big dive on play at foul corner. She gets a hand to it but pushes it out to the boundary, and that adds a 4 more to the team total as Julia Hall goes up to 79 of 73 balls.
Yeah, ball delivery from Lee's juicy full toss, and Hall has been in too good form to miss out on that one.
This time it's a short, played in a similar fashion, not hit as well. It's collected for 1. That ends off the 22nd over, 123 for 3. Julia Hall on 80 and Annie Dirksen on 32. A partnership of 58 coming in that over.
Yes, the ladies will be disappointed with that over. Way too easy. 5 singles and the boundary, 9 runs coming off it. Badgers well on their way to set up a big score. What do you think will be a good score here, Jenna?
I think initially looking at the wicket, I was thinking 240 would be a defendable target, but I do think it's inched up. Looking at the way that the pitch is playing, it's simple to bat on, not a lot of turn on play. Definitely pushing 280 would be a defendable total. played down. A good piece of fielding off her own bowling there, Paulina Mashishi.
Yeah, she's been around for a long time. Has been not much. She's made their debut in the 2013-14 season and 94th match today.
Lots of experience under the belt for her. She's won most valuable player for the Titans twice, with Sunay List taking it last season for unbelievable batting display. Paulina Mashishi, very consistent. So, a full toss here. Played with the top edge, they run well. Going back for the second, Annika Bosch gets it in, but good running in the end from Hall to get back to the striker's end.
Yeah, she was always coming back for the second, almost having to push an induction just a little bit here. Get going, that's good running. Always was speed.
She following up the poor delivery with the dot ball. Good comeback from the Sky Blues off spinner. She goes straighter on this occasion, and it's played out into the square leg region for no run.
Very quick through it over is Mashishi on the badges here. And 2 coming off it so far, you say, and following up.
Chasing her own, but unable to get to it. They go through for a single, the last ball of the over. Julia Hall will retain strike the next over. 23 overs done, 126 for 3. Hall on 83 and Davison on 32.
Yes, maybe will need to be a lot more tight from the other end. You can't ball pressure just from one end to release it at the other. And so needs to be stump to stump here. Also can't afford to give too much width with all the fielders up on the offside apart from long off. So she has to bowl to her fielders, to Nelly's.
Pushing Leonie Smith slightly squarer on the mid-wicket boundary. Both fielders square of the wicket on the boundary as she bowls a dot there. Are about 10 steps off the boundary. Uses the feet well. Smith looking to come around. Puts a big dive in there, but splitting the fielders. Julia Hall, in the form of her life, adds 4 more to the team total. She goes up to 87. And this is excellent batting from the young Badger.
Yeah, she's been batting beautifully. Making sure she gets down to the pitch of the ball. And whipping it right in the gap with power.
She goes across the line, but misses completely. That's off stump, out the ground. And a wonderful display of batting, but that is the end of her. 87, Julia Hall walks back to the dugout.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. Served well today. Already getting the boundary of that previous delivery. This one was really there to be hit away. Accurate stuff from Sunay, just pulling the leg back a touch. And sweep shot not executed well by Julia Hall, but it should be good applause for her as she heads off the ground. She really set the tone from the moment the power play started. And the basis formed there for the Badgers to make a big total. The unlucky number for the Australians, I believe 87 is an unlucky number. It's at 13 short of 100. And so she goes for 87. And she batted a long time. Only 83 deliveries, striking at 104, 12 fours, 2 sixes. And new partnership again as a form of captain Zintle Kula coming to the crease.
She was run out yesterday in the T20 match that they played against the Titans. She got 2 of 5 deliveries. Back end of the innings, she was looking to attack and run hard, but falling short. The pressure was built up here by Paulina Mashishi's over. The 23rd, just 3 runs from that over. So Julia Hall feeling slightly under pressure, perhaps trying to take on one that she shouldn't.
I've been very impressed with Zintle Kula, both ball and the bat. Really good all-rounder captain leading from the front this season.
captained the Knights last season and the season before. Of course, with their relegation, she had to move across to a top 6 province. Played into the covers, but good fielding there from Miss Class and Annika Bosch to cut that one off.
I imagine have mapped quite a few from the Knights this season. Zelsuia coming down.
Evodia Ikile, another one that was taken from that Knights setup.
Lucian Swart, Annika Swart. So quite a few of the Knights coming over down to the Badgers, and it's been working for the Badgers on top of the table. It's 130 for 4 after 24 overs, and if the Titans can have out Andre Dirksen here as well, might just pull them able to pull back this potential target.
Just 1 over short of halfway through this bowling innings, as Paulina Mashishi will continue from the end of the end. There's a bit of a look from umpire Dian with the match referee. It's like a change of ball or fix-up of the ball has been made.
That's referee Ryan Hendricks. Other gentleman with duties there. I'd like the coin they use for the toss now. So very clear which one is heads and tails. There can be no confusion.
Paulina Mashishi to the in-ban. Andre Dirksen, tall, strong young woman. So she plays this out to extra cover for no run. Mashishi beginning the over with the dots.
Back for the second ball already.
Blitzing through her overs here, Paulina Mashishi really does rush her batter.
Almost like Jet Asia from India.
Dirksen is able to just lean onto the back foot and play this out to long on for one. She gets herself off strike. It's the new batter on strike. Zinhle Kula will face Mashishi for the first time today.
Funny moment in the Ted's match between the Proteas and India last week where some armor rushed Jadeja. He wasn't ready, he shouted, and then he laughed because he knows that's exactly what he does.
Takes one, doesn't it? As Kula just starts on out. Small field change as deep square leg comes into the ring. 2 fielders out on the boundary, cow corner and long on for Kula. Mashishi attacking the stumps and she gets through the gate. She crashes into middle stump and Zinhle Kula with a short little stint here at SuperSport Park. The spin twins, Paulina Mashishi and Sunelis, proving to be the breakthrough for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, they desperately needed to change the Titans, and the change has worked. But the trick, just pushing it through underneath the back of Zinhle Kula, almost too late to get down on it, almost yorking her, and straight onto the stumps. 2 wickets in quick succession, so another new batter comes to the crease. Almost gets to the shoulder height of Andre Dirksen, does make it the runner. And it skies make it underestimate her. Very good batter, wicket keeper. And very quick between the wickets, and this should make for fun viewing. Andre Dirksen hasn't looked like he wants to run too many twos today. Mika the Runner is the total opposites in this extra close look.
Yesterday, she was not out. She got 3 of 3 at the back end of the Badgers innings. They will be looking to add a couple more here. Lots of experience, both at provincial and international level. She's got 3 ODI caps for the Proteas and 6 T20 caps. So, Mashishi beats the outside edge of Derrida. That's the end of the 25th over, halfway through the first innings. 131 for 5. Derrida yet to get off the mark. Dirksen on 33.
And Ritter loves her sweep shots, the scoop shots, and I'm sure the Titans will be more than aware of that. Set their field placements accordingly. Anneliek Dirksen, on the other hand, is not much of a sweeper, and she likes to have a strong game down the ground and through cow corners. And so you'll see a long off and long on to Anneliek Dirksen and fielder at deep wicket, and the sweeper on the outside.
Yeah, this length would be one that's sweepable. Square leg is up in the ring.
And of course, the ladies and Anakbosh will be very well aware of what Anneliek Dirksen is capable of and what her strong areas are. So it's good field placement to her.
Bit of flight on offer there. And Les puts the hand out, gets a hand to it, but it just bobbles over the wrist there. They come through for one, puts the new batter on strike. And a field change does happen as we predicted, Werner. Just one fielder outside the ring at the moment. We've got a deep cow corner. Sweeper comes up, long on and long have come up into the ring. Square leg remains on the ring.
Trying to apply some early pressure to the new batter.
Just defended there. And to feel back on ball is Mika Derrida. She goes on the sweep, but it's not hit comfortably there. Samantha Skitter cleaning up.
I mean, the has played 3 ODIs for Proteas as well, and 2 T20s. I think the last of them came end of last year. So now they've decided to send out that deep square leg and also sweep it on the outside, so it didn't take too long.
That was the last ball of the over. Looking to get Derrida back on strike for the next, but it was not meant to be, as Mashisi collects it at mid-wicket for no run. 132 for 5 after 26. Derrida not yet off the mark. Annie Dirksen on 34, just one run from that over. Sunay Les and Paulina Mashishi in full control at the moment. They've brought it back nicely to their half.
Yeah, they have. It was a quick start now, not until the first wicket fall really. The first partnership, 7 of 17 balls. And then Julia Hall really let loose in the power play, making 38 of her next 16 deliveries. And getting 60 runs in the power play for the Badgers. But now, just losing a couple of wickets and need to make sure that they bat these overs out. They don't want to let a good start go.
Just the reset here of the stumps. Macheka just bumping off those bails in between the balls. Stripped hard, fielded well by Sunay Les at extra cover. Defended there. Sunay Les just showing how athletic she is. But a rebuild here by the Badgers is definitely necessary. Lay down some foundations again. Mashishi fielding well off her own bowling.
That's lovely. It's now 7 dot deliveries in a row across the 2 overs. Some pressure building up.
She tosses it up and it's played into the covers, to the cover sweeper. They'll get through for one. Question is, will one run release the pressure? One ball left in 27. Paulina Mashishi. Some serious consistency. Deep square leg goes out. Mid-off comes up into the ring. And playing for that sweep shot that we know Derrida is good at. But she defends this back to the bowler for no run, allowing her partner, who has her eye in, to take strike for the next over. 27 done, 133 for 5.
On other notes, I'd just like to add that touch on the Ashes has been absolutely mad. And so yesterday, England were decided to bat first in 172. tried to hit everything out of the park. Then Australia came in. They did the same thing and bowled out for 132. Today, England bowled out for 164. And then what do Australia do? They decide, let's send in Travis Head to open because clearly nobody can last long on this pitch. And he smashes 123 of 83 deliveries. And they chase down 205 in 28 overs. And this is a test match, so it's completed on day 2 of 5 days. Anyway, back to the action here.
So the release continues, dropped slightly short, but manages to squeeze out a dart. The impact of limited over cricket on Test cricket has been quite significant, with Jeff Bear's ball being thrown around.
Sometimes looks like Spurs ball, to be honest.
Tripped well, straight to Annika Bosch.
And soaking up some dots, as Henry Dirksen, that's actually the point I was trying to make. I mean, that dot balls, batters these days, you really feel it when dot balls tap up and they feel like they need to get a big shot away.
That's where the leading edge or the top edge comes out. The chances here, slightly airborne. So with a long on out on the boundary, they just come through for one.
Yeah, I do think Henry Dirksen has matured a lot in the last couple of years. She does know her game a lot better and still work on the bowling aspect of her game. Doesn't have that much control yet.
Swept across the line, and this will be fielded very well by Amokilaka Pangula, who puts in a real big effort at that far corner region. The first touch was good, but unable to stop it from going over the boundary line. Sunil is pleased with the effort, but not with the result.
Yeah, she'll be slightly disappointed. Pangula tried to get her body behind it, but just with the angle, not able to stop it.
She finishes off the over after that boundary with a dot ball. 28 done, 138 for 5.
That's what players who play the sweep shot well can do. They can sweep it all the way, almost from long on, all the way to fine leg, and that leaves a lot of options open. Those who can't sweep are limited in how they approach the finish, especially if they don't use their feet and they can get stuck. But if you can sweep well, you read the length well, really opens up boundary opportunities and to rotate the strike.
Speaking of Andy Dirksen, included in the T20 squad, Proteas inbound tour of Ireland. She'll be looking to get a lot of batting done in this game today, just to make sure that she's in form and ready for that Proteas tour. So she drives this out to a long for 1.
Nice to see Faye Tunnicliffe back in both squads. She's been immense this season, especially in the T20s for Western Province. She's been dominating, very strong down the ground as well. Yes, Faye Tunnicliffe seems to really worked on her fitness and thinks that this is the right time to reintroduce her to the Proteas.
She definitely looks confident at the moment. Goes for the lap, and Rasika Maharaj on chase here. She works hard and collects it. They come through for 2. And this is the Mika Durida that you're almost fearful of, 360-degree player.
She loves that shot. Does make it Durida. I wonder if she's already low to the ground, so it's easy to get down and just lap it over her shoulder.
She changes the line slightly there. Mapangule does well to get across to collect it in that third man region. Just on that squad with the 3 players from Western Province coming in, Leah Jones being included in the Proteas setup for the first time, Faye Tunnicliffe, and of course the Nathan Nikak with her return to international cricket. Western Province will be pleased with that. So, Dorada just places into the leg side for 1.
Yeah, it's a shame she's not bowling anymore than 8. I miss her leg spin bowling, and of course leg spin is a tough art, especially if you haven't bowled for a while to control it. So Haven't seen her ball this season. This ladies without building Lexington anymore. So hopefully we'll see a few more of the ladies coming through. We know Gabriella Sinclair from the Titans of Dazzle, Lexington.
Jackson plays this past mid wicket for one to finish off the 29th over 143 for 5. It's actually Naidu, the leg spinner that has been picked in the Proteas Island Tour. Definitely one of the most controlled in the system at the moment.
Also a very good fielder, especially Naidu. They tend to put her at point. Very good hands. The youngster. Quite a few of the youngsters coming through now. Very good potential. Very good. Have quite a bit of experience with the Proteas now.
Sinelis continuing her spell. Jackson jumps onto that back foot and pulls this Chimapangule at cow corner. She comes through for one.
Jackson just biding her time. Still a lot of overs left here. Sometimes forget how long 50 overs is. Still 21 overs to go in this match. Innings.
Lex tosses it up. Let's play it into the leg side. Using the angle of the off spin, slight off spin that Sinelis is getting at the moment. Tap around the ball here. Mika Duroda.
Wait for the next sweep shot.
She does it well this time and she squeezes it square of the wicket. Deep backward square leg comes up to collect it.
Watching Mika Duroda bat, always very busy at the crease. Don't tend to dot her up for too long. Always in the game.
Left at outside off stump and gets defended into the offside. Now the batter that has gained quite a lot of experience at the Proteas level is Mia Naismith. Cincinnati allows the single for the end of the 30th. Mia Naismith going with to the ODI World Cup as a non-travelling reserve. She didn't get any game time. She's just there in case of injury. She came back, scored 32 of 37, 34 of 24, excuse me, in yesterday's T20. She's a really nice new addition to this Titan setup. We have a commentary change, as I'm joined once again by William van Wyk. Pauline Mashishi will continue, Annie Dirksen on 39 of 55, and Mika Duroda on 8 of 30, 146 for 5.
Great ball there from Mashishi to start it over onto the sweeper on the offside boundary. We're back in the commentary box. They're very entertaining 10 overs with the spin twins coming into the attack, just putting it back in the run rate bit down. So great from Mashishi and Lees. And the batting 5 wickets down for 146. As Mashishi continues flat set quicker through the air, no run in the coverage. And something that stood out for me was the effort in the field when the quick wickets fell. She flat drift between cover and point, coming back for 2 as Mika Duroda. Great effort there on the boundary, giving to only 2 runs. See, great effort, chase the ball down all the way, don't give up the chase. And great innings from Julia Hall, and with that wicket that fell, we could sense that there was more energy in the side of the Fidelity Titans. Straight they went into the leg side to mid-wicket and no run.
Duroda looking for it there. I mean, you've spoken about how eager she is to take quick singles, to get off strike, to run hard, and she's definitely looking for those quick singles. just to touch on the effort in the field, it's a psychological thing, I think, as a bowler, when you see your fielders putting in the extra effort to restrict the runs off your bowling. It does fire you up.
There's a bit more air there, straight back. Great fielding of our own bowling. See the effort in the field. There's more energy as well. It's hard to keep up the energy when you're a bit under the 8 ball. And she did very, very well off her own bowling. More flying fuller there, edge. Going down to the third man boundary. Big chase here on, but the boundary line wins, and that's 4 runs to Mikadagada.
Amukhelana Pangula really trying to get to that one, but in the end falling short. She did a lot of work in that over, chasing 2 to the boundary, but that boundary brings up 150 for the 6 Gun Grow Garden Route badges. 153 for 5 and 31. The flashy boundary to finish the over.
But unlucky there for Mashmishi, getting the outside edge, beating Macheke behind the stumps, race away down to the boundary. So we see a change of bowling. He's done very well to keep the scoring rate down.
Rasika Maharaj into the attack from the pavilion end. Slow off spinner, right arm. She hasn't been included too often in the Titans squad, even not let alone the starting 11. Selected, I think, today as a batter to bat in the top 6.
It's flat up, driven by Glasson through the covers. Opportunity indeed, effort, and just raced away to the offside boundary for 4 runs. Great timing there from Andri Derksen. And see him, finding her feet now at the crease. Just making the wind knocked out of her. Great effort. A fantastic timing from Andri Derksen. Not looking to hit the ball too hard. Just too full from Maharaj to stop the over. She continues. Better there. But shorter beats the outside edge of Andri Derksen. Great take there from Bof Macheke.
Yeah, really slow. Making the pitch do the work, just dying on that occasion slightly as it went through to Macheke.
Splits up. Out by the edge. Down to the third man boundary. Racing away to boundary for 4. Unlucky there for Maharaj. The line length that Maharaj is bowling. Be good on with the sweep. Pulling it into the covers with no run. Let's see Andri Derksen also following up now, knowing that the quick single will be the option. Bring that to the end of the over. 6 on goal, Garu badges 166 for 5 of the 32.
It's a short break in play as water is brought on for the Garden Route badges. Back into the attack. Looks like Elizabeth Marks as she gives her capture umpire Dion.
Good call getting Elizabeth Marks back into attack. Her 4 overs, just going for 17 runs. So great start with ball. Trying to sway the tempo back into the Fidelity Titans side. Getting that fire back into the attack. 18 overs remaining. Usually, they say you can double your score from the 30 over mark. This back playing fantastic. Marks to Derksen. Full out of the off stump. Driven, missed. Cover point. The cover fielder. Sorry, the backward point fielder. It's going through for 1. It's the discipline general from the fielders.
Yeah, definitely. Mapangula having a tough time in the field today with a drop catch of Annie Dirksen early on in her innings. And recently that fumble through the legs at Calcorn in the previous over, and this one just not fielding it too cleanly. Moss will change her field with a rotation of strike. Deep square comes in. So does the cover sweeper. Third man and fine leg, the only two fielders on the boundary for Derrida.
Marks full straight. He took the extra cover fielder, does Derrida. No run there. Titans identifying to keep Derrida on strike. Seeing that she's not going to go straight and over the inner ring, trying to get that scoring rate down and put the pressure on the Golden Ruby Badgers. Oh, Cup through the covers, racing away to the boundary. Mapangula giving up the chase, and that brings up the boundary for Mika Derrida. Bit too short and too wide, and easily dispatched for 4 through the covers.
Yeah, just making sure she was on top of the ball there as she sliced that through the covers. Katie Tap in that cover region, unable to get behind it as she moves out to the cover sweeper area for Derrida. Allows Lismary Marks a bit more room.
Marks full straight, kept up by the great follow ball from that boundary. In the block hole. See that she's very impressed with that ball going to the boundary. As you said early on in our stint, that she doesn't like boundaries being hit off her bowling. That fiery character that is Lismary Marks. Full bet this over. It's full straight again, kept out the Yorker ball again. It's fantastic bowling from Lismary Marks, not giving anything to work with.
Spot from the over, Lismary Marks. Field change once again as a deep square leg goes out onto the boundary. All boundary fielders square and behind square.
Full outside off driven, sliced beyond point to the third man boundary only for 1. I think if the tactic was to get the red on strike for next over, it worked very, very well. So that brings us to the end of the 33rd over, 172 for 5.
Yeah, Derrida inching on nicely. Don't know that it's too wise to make sure that she faces a lot of ball. She's so she's kind of incognito the way that she bats. She gets runs without you even knowing that she is. She's on 19 of 24, not a bad strike rate at this stage in the game, especially with those quick wickets that fell.
Just running under the radar, focusing on Annie Dirksen. She's just chipping away each over. As we see Rasika Maharaj continuing from the pavilion there. In the field, getting everybody inside except the cup corner for Mika Derrida. She's a good sweeper of the ball. Nice flight there. Using her feet as Derrida getting into the leg side. Only for the 1.
Derrida looking for the second run there, but Daxon having none of it. Daxon is the type of player that likes to feel the ball on the bat. She'll want to face a lot of balls.
But flat they're short and driven through the covers. Work to be done on the boundary. Great work from Masabata Klaus to clean up there. Get back for 2. Certain boundary saved there with the efforts on the boundary from the Protea.
The influence of fielding coach at national level, Bongani Ndagwa. I chatted with him a few weeks ago.
Alright, let's put more flight 8. Racing away to the third man boundary. Coming back does Henri Dirksen. Again, opportunity for run out, but great running there from the Golden Red Badgers. Clear call, early call, and committed for the second run. Again, the outside edge being taken. So that slip option that you said the previous over might not be the worst one. But they kept out no run.
And the fielding coach for the Proteas really saying that it's difficult for him at a national level to enforce change.
He home human weekend. Only the 1-2 of those remarks.
It's tough for him to enforce change from a fielding perspective at a national level when fielding coaches are not employed at a provincial level.
Absolutely.
At the moment, on paper, only 4 staff allocated to provincial teams: physio, strength and conditioning, and then a head coach and an assistant coach. No specialists in the fielding department.
I was flat and straight. They worked off the legs. Opportunity for the runner. Going for that big single straight to the fielder. That brings us to the end of the 34th over. 178 for 5. I think it's very, very important to get the groundwork being done on provincial level to get everybody at the same way thinking about fielding, getting that specialist positions. And that's very important. Get specialist positions in the field and knowing what to do in which circumstances.
Definitely, and that comes with athleticism. I mean, we've seen the women's game change over the last 8 years with strength and conditioning staff being brought in. And I mean, the fitness of the players has increased significantly. So it is time for a fielding coach or a batting specialist, keeping specialist to come in and be full time with the women, just the same as they are for the men's teams.
You see this remarks continue from the end of river end. Going forward straight. Hit straight down the ground. Does Henri Dirksen very strong over the boundary. That's the maximum. She loves hitting that ball straight over the head. Very strong in her stride. And not giving anything away. And that brings up the 50-run partnership between Henri Dirksen and Mickey Doretta. Fantastic blow.
That was absolutely massive. It was in that hitting region, in the arc, what we call the arc, and she just, that backswing went up. She hit it and didn't really seem like it took much effort from her.
Dangers were clear with that shot, and we saw that backlift coming. Knew it was going to be absolute brute power. Spear on the replay. Backlift just over pitch and straight over the bowler's head. Liz Marks knew from the moment that left the bat that that's going for maximum. Marks is something not feeling right in that run. Might be a bit of mind games as well. It'll be interesting how she follows up from that maximum. Marks for outside off stump. Is driven into the cover region. That they're not very pleased with herself. Wanting to run that down to third man boundary.
Each ball is definitely its own event and has to be played with a different touch every time.
Oh, short ball. Missed the full shot. No run there going through to Wolf Macheka.
And she seemed quite surprised with the speed and the bounce on that, catching it at chest height, falling to the ground, the force of the kookaburra in the gloves.
As she didn't expect the ball coming through to her, as that is a very strong puller of the ball.
It's all but entertaining, isn't it?
Football. Oh no. No, every ball, as you said, is in vain. You can't blink and you miss something. And no, fantastic game we have here between home side Fidelity Titans and a 6-gun roll garnered badges. See on screen the fiery character of these remarks. They don't like being hit over the head for 6. Follow that up with 3 dot balls.
Bouncer and a Yorker in those 3.
Marks Fuller going over the extra cover. Going all the way. That's got all the way from Andre Jackson. Absolute power and timing. Hitting that ball for maximum over the extra cover region.
That's not something you see often at provincial level. She just steps across, frees the hands. That extra cover region is not one that we see sticks fall in often at provincial level at all at the women's game. Unbelievable from tall, strong Badgers batter.
Marks going a bit wider with that just moving, but given wide there from umpire Dion. You see the mind games being played between batter and bowler with a cat and mouse game.
Dirksen choosing to take on the pace of Elias Marie Marks. Just an overcorrection there from Marks.
Marks pull out the sort of stump. Great fueling there in the covers. So that brings us to the end of the 35th over. 1-1 for 5.
Nika Durada getting no strike in that over, but Anri Dirksen definitely notching up the confidence with 2 maximums. One over the head of long on, another over extra cover. Big over.
What a place to be in the middle to see that absolute power game from Andre Dirksen. You see the scorecard here for the Hollywoodbets Badges women. Won the toss this morning. Chose to bat first. Julia Hall with a fantastic 87 of 83. Andre Dirksen unbeaten, 72 of 74, catching up with a ball space. Michelin 20 of 26. Elise Monks at standouts thus far, 2 for 36, no, 6 overs. Sinead is 1 for 24, no, 6. Paulina Mashkishi, 1 for 29, no, 7. Samantha Skitter, 1 for 22, no, 5. And Stan on drinks is 191 for 5 after 35. Welcome back after short drinks break. Stand of again 191 for 5 after 35 overs. I should see a change of bowling from this time.
Mia Smith into the attack from the pavilion end.
It's very, very cool to get the pace off the ball. To see the previous overs from Elizabeth Marks. Based on went to the boundary. And as stayed off quite significantly over the boundary. Smith is around a bit flat, but short into back point. Great running there, taking the single. Mika was quick on the ground. She was at the side of the pitch, and Anderson was still running. Game plan from the Badger side is quite easy to see. Get Andre Dirksen on strike and watch something amazing. Smith shorter, wider, cut to through point, racing away to the boundary for 4 runs. Great shot there from Andre Dirksen.
Just too wide there from Mia Smith, and we know how good Dirksen is on the offside. Just watching the replay, she watches it out of the hands, sees how short and wide it is, leans across and pierces the field through the point region.
But too short and too wide, they're giving her the opportunity to free her arms. She's not going to miss out on that. Smith Fuller using the flight driven to cover. Great fielding there from Captain Anneke Bosch.
With the boundary off the previous ball, Miss Butterclass went out to the cover sweeper region. This one hit straight, and Bosch doing great work to get behind that.
That was again a bit more flight. Smith to Dirksen, sorry, Anneke Bosch doing the fielding, getting the single. To say today is very, very hot here in Centurion. Seeing a bit of cloud building as well. Hopefully it stays away. They have a good game on hands here today. Smith the flat leg side. Swift, very, very fine. Ball running away to the boundary. Going for 4. Great shot there from Miguel off the pad. Said umpire Macheke. That's a boundary again. Down the leg side. Smith just missing a radar. But yep. And that brings up the 200 for the Ghana Root Badgers. 200 of only 219 balls. They know what to be is giving the Riddler the opportunity to sweep. Very, very strong sweep of the ball. Smith, Fuller, leg side again, work 245. No one there. That brings us to the end of 36th over. Score now 201 for 5.
And just talking about Mika Derrida on the sweep, we have seen a few sweeps from her, as well as a lap against Paulina Mishishi that brought a double for her. She plays with soft hands. She's so short. She makes sure she gets to the pitch of the ball. She has been instrumental in making sure that the fielders are getting tired. Field change every single time that the strike is rotated between Dirksen and Derrida. It's hot out there. That's going to take a toll on the Sky Blue fielders. As Muscle Butterclass takes over from Elizabeth Marks from the National end. They turn to pace again, even after the over just before drinks.
Well, the thought might be it's get one of our most cat plays with a lot of experience to get Ari Dixon out. Going to be a good battle. Full outletting off stump, straight back to a no run, just missed it. Trying to get experience of Masabata class to maybe get something golden arm over. Trying to get the run rate down. Run rate now at 5.6 to the over. Partnership 70 runs. No, Dabson is going to go out all out brute force. Last puller straight in, working to the leg side. Coming back for two. No step. Only Dabson. See, the heat might play a role in the twos now. She's been there for 79 deliveries. That single towards the leg side boundary.
Field the change for the fast bowler. Cow corner comes in, square leg and fine leg out to the boundary. Third man on the cushions as well.
Spooner straight there, tripped into the leg side from the ruler. Work to be done on the boundary. Coming back for two. Good fielding there on the boundary. Thought especially that was going to run away for a boundary. Coming back for two in the vacant area in cow corner. Backward square leg doing very, very well. It's out straight into cover fielder. No run.
Two balls left in the Masabata class over. Slightly more successful so far than Ellis Marine Marks had on that end 2 overs ago. Definitely showing the wealth of experience that she has. And it helps that she's bowling to Mika Derrida.
Last puller straight there. On the edge down to the third man boundary. Mark Ross getting up there. Only the single. Again, into the vacant slip area. Thinking about 4 or 5 times now. But I understand that there is no slip in place at this stage of the innings.
Easy release of pressure with nobody in the ring behind Sway on the offside. Just a Mohammed Cheke with the gloves, making sure she's inside the ball, gets bat on ball and playing it out safely to third man for one.
Last ball straight to Derson, working to the leg side, straight to the square leg fielder. That brings us to the end of the 30 stem over. Score now 205 for 5.
Just 4 runs from that pace over from Masabata class. And a much better comeback to her second spell here.
Great change of bowling and what the experience from Masabata class.
Current run rate of 5.6 the Badgers are going at. Definitely looking like they're going as close to 300 as possible. Also, running ball does put doubt in the mind of the batters that are batting in the second innings.
See Andre Smith continuing from grandstand. Pulling straight back to a no run. Using a flight very, very good. Be crucial over for the Sky Blues. It's flat to left into 45. Opportunity taken on a short 45 fielder. Fantastic work.
Rasika Maharaj with the catch at a short 45, breaking a partnership of 74. Mika Derrida walking back to the dugout with 24 of 33, the breakthrough that the Fidelity Titans definitely need at this point in the game.
See our highlights. A bit more flight, not much space on the delivery. Taken well by Maharaj. And that's the breakthrough, as you said, that they needed. Let's go. just changed the shape of the game as well. Also, Nicolini for Rensburg, the new batter in, which you can do.
She's perfectly capable with the bat and starting her career at women's provincial level here at the Fidelity Titans. She knows these players. She's only been at the Badgers for one season prior to this. She'll be ready to take on the Sky Blues. Redemption game for her.
Absolutely. That's for Rensburg. Hard ball as well. So, can be quite good for the Badgers at this stage. Getting 2 hard hitters. The decrease. 4 balls left in this over from Yanni Smith. So 5 pitches up outside the off stump, driven to extra cover, misfielded but no damage. No, and then a bit shorter while it through. Extra cover misfield by the bit off fielder, and that will race away for 4.
Katie Taff having a bit of a melee both in the field and with the ball today. Her bowling figures 4 overs, 36 runs, and then to follow it up with a misfield like that. Nobody particularly pleased with this piece of fielding.
Putting in a dive. I don't think it was that necessary for the big dive, but nonetheless.
Simple release of pressure. Nancy van Rensburg getting off the mark.
Flat there, straight into the base, blocked. Kept out. Only 1 ball remaining in this over. See Smith just running back to a mark, trying to get good pace through the over. Good flat again. To middle to Katie Taff. And that brings us to the end of the 38th over. Score 209 for 6.
Just to touch on a little bit about Nicolini van Rensburg. She grew up in Nelspruit, playing her junior cricket for Mpumalanga, and then moved to the Titans. Martelise van der Merwe bringing her here when she was still with the Sky Blues. And then when she fell into a bit of injury time and she struggled slightly with the introduction of the professionalism into the game, as we see Mashishi coming back into the attack, changing back to spin from the Henab Sugar end. And Martelise van der Merwe took her with to SWD when she moved there as the coach. She captained this team last year.
She's full of sweat, the hard, great effort getting a hand to it. A certain boundary stop there, only the one very hard sweep.
Masabata Klaus has been excellent in the field today. Up and down, in and out, putting her body on the line. A wonderful piece of work there. Without the hand, a definite 4.
Could hear that contact on the bat from the commentary box. She fit more flight, worked down to the third man area. Coming back for 2. No, decided against it. And the 1 run. So Gone Badgers still doing good, getting the scoreboard to tick over. No chance for a boundary, just getting the singles, trying to get to that 300 mark. Flattened there, pulled to a leg side. Klaas doing very, very well. Quick single. Ball just following Masabata Klaas. Coming at the rate of knots towards her. 3 runs from the Mashishi over. More fight straight away to Jans Forensburg. Straight back to Mashishi and no run. A bit more flight straight, work into the offside, no run, speed the intent, just to gun it down to the third man region. It's a bit too straight on the bat. If you want to run through the over, wasting any time, flatter there, straight, work into the leg side. Was the third wicket area, only the one run. Good up from Shishi. It brings us to the end of the 39th over. Score now 213 for 6. 11 overs remaining.
It's quite impressive, even that Nicolini van Rensburg is on the field at this stage. During the off-season, she had 2 surgeries, one on each hip. Not sure of the exact details, but recovery to be back on the field is quite exceptional. As Sunagis comes back into the attack, replacing Niane Smith. She's got a deep square leg, cow corner, long on, and cover sweeper.
This straight a bit flat. It's straight back to her, doing fielding off her own bowling. Good experience getting back into the attack. Bit more flat there, shorter. Hit to Masimbato class on the feint on the offside, only the one run.
Sunagi is very sure of where she wants her field as she brings a square leg in. Long off goes out for Anne Dixon.
Left bit will fly, working to the leg side by Dapton. Only the one run. All stays a bit low there. Good variation of pace from Sunagis. Right, slow straight into the deep between the two fielders on the leg side boundary for 4. Great shot there from Nicolini van Rensburg. This partnership building in the great boundary there. As you can see on the replay, down, sweeping that between the two fielders on the leg side boundary for 4. Bit more fight, slower there. Yorker edge to the third man region. Only the one.
And Van Rensburg just squeezing out that Yorker length to get it fine. Rotating the strike, putting the big hitter, Annie Dixon, back on strike for the last ball of the 40th.
There's been flatter, shorter into the corner area. Only for 1. That brings us to the end of the 40th over. Score now 221 for 6. Dapson moving to 82 on the 84 balls. Moving on swiftly. Nicolini van Rensburg, 12 of her 12 deliveries. Now joined again by Van in the commentary box. 221 for 6, Van, after 40 overs. Prediction?
I think it's going to be a hot day.
She's continuing into extra cover, misfield, taking the single, starting the over off with a single.
But in seriousness, yeah, it's tricky because they have a lot of runs on the board already, but at the same time they've lost 6 wickets, so it will probably come down to this partnership.
She to just for Rensburg driven to middle of 1 no run.
Yeah, we're just on 83, 6 and over from here against an over 280.
Shorter straight back to a misfield from her own bowling in that single score. That will just keep on ticking over.
I think ideally if they can really push it and these two can make it big, if they can get anything close to 300, they would be very happy.
Straight flatter there, driving through the extra cover region, and that's a certain boundary. Misfield in the extra cover region.
Yeah, safe to say if Annelie Dirksen stays out there for the full 50, they'll get comfortably over 300. And so she's moved on to 87, which is the same unlucky number that Julia Hall went out on. So she'll hope that's not the case for her. Her strike rate's also now gone up over 100. So she's done very well, and poor Mapangula must be feeling every blow.
So they're driven to the sweeper on the offside boundary for 1.
And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, Amokalang Mapangula dropped Henry Dirksen on Nords at point, comfortable catch, comfortable height at least, and she put that one down, and she's really making them pay now.
Cheeky short return. Snaps into the offside, no run. And that's the discipline that you want, is to catch certain matches. And then brings us to the end of the 41st. 228 for 6.
And some catches are almost more important than others. You don't want to drop an attacking, dangerous batter like Henry Dirksen. Can really make you pay as she has today already, and opportunity for her to make it a real big one here for the Badgers. But Miale Smith has been impressive today. Looks like they've switched it around now to Sune Lees coming back into the attack from the pavilion. And
Shorter pulled into the leg side towards cup corner for a single, but too short for. I think what their plan is keeping the ball on the ground, not giving them chances in the deep. Discipline from the Badgers batters. These just offside, driven to the super on deep cover. In that single. He's put for flight on the offside, off chance to Annika Bosch, just bouncing in front of her, getting the dog in the run rate to stay under 6. Bit more flight, bit slower. Great ball there from Sinead. He's beating the outside edge of Annelie Dirksen.
yeah, I think that's the right call on this pitch. You have to slow it down a bit, make the batters make their own pace.
More flight there. Driven to long off for 1.
So Elise has come back well after that one over that went from 9 early in her spell.
He's flatter, quicker through the air, driven to middle, misfield from the middle fielder, racing away for 4. That's okay. Tap there.
Yeah, she's been having a tough day. Took the tap with the ball, and now that's probably a second misfield that's gone for 4 now. And as I said, that's Lane Lees was really holding up well, come back after a 9-1 over. That 4 means that over ends up going for 7. And so starting to pick up momentum again here are the Badgers.
After 42 overs done, Conrad Badgers 235 for 6. Henrik Dirksen 90 of 91. Very costly misfield that from Kelly Taff. As you say, that's the second one. To wait for 4. See Pauline Washishi continuing from the English River end. Dirksen driven to cover, no run.
Accurate and quick 3 overs ever is Mashishi.
Bit more flight work into the side to mid wicket. No run there. Great spell from her today. That's for 40 of her 9.2 overs and the 1 wicket. A very tidy bowling again from Pauline Washishi. Bit more flight on the offside driven. Can take some cleaning up to do in the cover region, but not there. Ball racing away for 4 through the extra cover region. Another reduction moving to 94.
Yeah, well placed by Dirksen. She has natural power. That's Henry. this time just took the place, but we know how quick this outfield is here at SuperSport Park.
She's a bit more flight. Slow through the air, jump to mid off, only for the one. This partnership building slow but steady, 35 runs. Straight to there from Ashishi, not getting the tidy fielding that they would have wanted, beating herself. Good wicket field as well. In the spindle, getting Emily Daxon back on strike. That's on 9-5 now. Just quick look at the air. That's into the leg side. No run. Brings us to the end of the 43rd over. Scored on 241 for 6. Emily Daxon on 95. Nickley Asper also going a 19 of 18. 7 overs remaining, run rate at 5.7.
And the end of the 10 over spell from Polina Mashishi, conceding the 46 runs, taking 1 wicket as well. Looking at an imposing target here, the Titans. Still 7 overs to go for the Badgers, 241 runs on the board. Annie Dirksen on 95. Nickley Asper has also found the going quite easy so far here, as we see Masabata Class coming back into the attack, this time switching around to the pavilion end.
Last puller leg side, whip to the leg side from Nickley Asper in the gap. That ball infuriated on the leg side boundary. 2 fielders converting there. Only the 2 runs. Thought from the moment he left the bat there will be 4 runs, but great work in the deep. A bit too straight to start that over off.
Yeah, Klaus has a mid on and mid off up in the ring, so you can't go too full here to Van Rensburg.
Full, it's straight to mid off. Just as you said that, she goes very, very full, but luckily straight to tap at mid off.
Yeah, I guess you'd rather go full to her than Anneli Davidson. So now she wants to change the field a bit again. Fine leg is coming much finer. And so square leg also coming around a bit behind square. So now there's a vacant gap there between square leg and mid wicket.
Last ball, leg side. Is into mid wicket, taking the easy single. You see the field moving for Davidson, which is understandable. So long on, long off, corner going out. Fine leg coming into the circle. Square leg coming into the circle. Third man coming into the circle. You see Anneke Bosch coming onto the long off position. Just like myself and Jen, I said earlier, you need to get the best fielders in the best positions. Last back straight hit to point. No run there. Get the specialist on in the correct positions is very important, especially someone like Anneli Davidson on 95. There's no, not looking like she's going to stop anytime soon. Last ball outside of off stump. Head through the cover point region for 1. Brings us to the end of the 44th over. Score now 200. 1 ball remaining. Story.
Yeah, this innings from the Badgers. Been contributions throughout for them, but it's Anneli Davidson standing tall.
Last full. Straight just into the offside. Quick single run there. Now it brings us to the end of the 44th over. Score now 246 for 6. 36 balls remaining in this innings. Partnership 41.
8th over gets them to 294. Still feel if Dirksen gets 100 and stays out there, they can still push that 300, and that'll be a very tough target for the Titans to try and chase down.
Watch going at good rate. As after Rensburg's only at the crease for 22 deliveries.
Yeah, 41 has come up of 40 balls for the Badgers, and another burning change for the Titans from the Henops River end.
Samantha Skidder being fantastic today. 22 runs off her first 5 overs on debut for the Fidelity Titans. It was a very good shot to give her the ball. If you rest on pace and cut as she bowls, be very good in this death overs. Seeing Greenhouse for Rangers on strike.
Sometimes it feels like some of the lady teams have almost too many options to turn to with the ball, and they end up under-bowling the bowlers who do bowl well, and sometimes giving overs to bowlers who are struggling. 8 bowling options for the Titans today.
So a full hit through the covers. Work to be done on the fence. I feel that they're coming back for the second. The field for the Sky Blues not there. Stage quite a lot of missed fields and half chances.
Yeah, but they have a good showing today. First outing for the Titans this season. Coming over from the lines, she hasn't seen underneath those. Nicolin Gansmares pulling out. Umpire also not helping her out until she stops.
Let's go for the full slow ball. It's straight back to a great option to call the slow ball. Just going to eat that Yorker length.
As well stopped by her. The right boot coming out.
It's going to fall straight. It's straight back. It's going to be a single to the long on fielder. Brings Anneli Dampson back on strike on 96.
Nicolin Gansmares has been a perfect foil here for Dirksen. It's wonderful. I know I'm talking about maybe too many bowling options sometimes, but it's also the luxury of having so many all-rounders in your side. Coming in at 8, but a proper batter coming in. It's a luxury to have, especially when you already have a safe batter at the crease.
Absolutely helps to get the foundation again after wicket has been lost. Have the confidence in the batter coming in. Let's get the full, slow, straight. Be done too long on again. And going to be the single. That's moving to 97.
250 runs come up for the Badgers. And it's come up off a good rate. Still 5 overs to go after this, and you feel like they can really start putting their foot down soon.
Let's go for the full acid off. Driven through cover. Should only be one. Been up nicely on the boundary on the offside. 2 balls remaining in this over.
I look forward to seeing how the new floodlights will look like here at SuperSport Park and at the Wanderers. They've already put up the new lights and scoreboard at Kingsmead.
Straight hit through backward point. Great effort at point. Only the one. Smiles teams up from the great effort that's been done from point. It brings us to the end of the 45th over. Got the Badgers and Centurion 52 for 6.
Yeah, by all accounts, it will be quite spectacular once we have the new LED lights and maybe operate them even independently, switch them off when you want to, and they switch on immediately. Don't have to wait 10 or 15 minutes for each light tower to get going again. We should see that by the time the S20 comes around. I suspect they will have to for the day-night matches or night matches. So it shouldn't be harder to work currently with those. But that's also why you might have seen there were no night or day-night matches for the CSA T20 Challenge up in Joburg and in Centurion.
Must brother class continuing the leg side, work into the leg side for no run. Anthony Derksen is on strike on 98. These two will know each other very, very well. Must brother class and Anthony Derksen. Good battle.
I'm itching for her to get the 2 runs so that she can open up and really start going. You almost feel a bit of tension just nutting it around. You wouldn't usually do that in the 46th over of a match.
Last 4 straight driven to extra cover. Take the quick single there to the keeper's end. Overthrow coming back for the second. And that brings up the 100 for Ari Derksen. Fantastic innings. Starting slow. Shoulder, width and power. You can hear the applause from the change room. Fantastic 100 of 102 balls.
Brilliant innings from Ari Derksen, fully deserved. Make her opportunity count today and punishing the Titans. Tough not having a great day, to be honest. She had a tough time with the ball. She's given away runs, now giving away the century almost here.
Short term. So it's outshot. Only one going up. And ball dying on Andre Derksen. But you can see the intent how it shift now. That's what you wanted, that is to open the floodgates.
Yeah, she should really start looking big now. I'm sure she will. Just sometimes the ball follows you as a fielder on days like today. Once one thing goes wrong, it seems like everything is piling up.
Slow ball, full head, straight over early, going for sticks. And there the floodgates has opened. Great shot, great show of power, hitting Master Butterclaw straight overhead for a maximum.
Yeah, so well played. And again, in the slot, the 50 partnership comes up between Andy Dirksen and Nick Linians. And they have only 50 deliveries. So that is the length that Andy Dirksen really feasts on. So Master Butterclaw will really have to hit it into the wicket back with the length, not give her any room to free up those arms. But now they have long off, back on the boundary and long on as well.
Nice, but shorter, messy from Andy Dirksen. Listener remarks, king up on the boundary. The timing that she would have wanted on that shot.
I wonder who Simone Lawrence is on the field for, because she's not slotted to play today. She's the 12th player of the day. So let's see if Simone is on there.
I think it's on the ground. Simone is.
Change the field again now with Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg right back with mid-on and mid-off up into the ring, so she needs to hit back of length here. That's plus.
Slow ball full over the mid-wicket area as the fielders came up, hitting the boundary. As she said, Glenn needs to be back with the length, but full slow ball and great shot there from Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg to end the over for the Golden Badgers.
Yeah, unfortunately that's not good bowling from Klaas. Not bowling to her field. Again, bowling it in the slot with those fielders up, making it way too easy for the Badgers.
The end of the 46th over. 6-gun roll, Golden Badgers. 265 for sticks. 4 overs remaining. I think that is going to chase at 300.
Yeah, she really should have. 35 more runs required of the last 4 overs, 8.5 runs. Well, just 9 runs an over. And they look set for that 300. Titans have had a long, hard day out in the field.
Let's go for a straight. You can see intent of Ari Dutton. Miscue there too long off. You can see the intent is there to hit that ball out of SuperSport Park into the Adams River.
There's been good fitness levels from Andre Dirksen here. It's not easy to be running around over 100 bowls with bat and pads on the legs, full equipment, still showing that she has the power.
Let's go outside off slice 2 point. Quick single taken by Louis Dirksen. Direct running, calling hard and committing to the run now. Running towards the danger side.
As she's almost run better the longer her innings has gone on, as Dirksen, but I'm sure she wants to strike as much as possible, so she's very quick to get through to the other side now.
Outside off slow the ball. With that offside wide line. Like great ball there. And by Jan say that's fine. It's through to Machete. The intent is clear.
I'm also flirting with a bit of danger with third and point up. So any edge, any slash away will go to the boundary.
The outside off again, flirting with the wide line, but so giving wide by Dion. See the game plan from South Africa is just to get that full Yorker on the wide line, trying to mitigate the risk of a boundary. As you said, the third and final on edge of the inner ring. Get through the cover region, misfield in the inner ring, work needs to be done on the field, on the boundary, and done very, very well. Coming back for 2.
Yeah, it was very good coverage from the sweeper running around to cut it off. Ronnie Dirksen's moved on to 110 now. It's been such an impressive innings from her. I feel like Amogelang Mapangula will need to put in a big effort of her own with the bat coming out in the second innings.
It's going to keep into that wide Yorker idea. That's moving well. And 1 run off that delivery.
Looking around there, Janza van Rensburg. Sure, she's looking to unleash herself as well.
Straight back overhead. Work has been done in the deep. Done very, very well. Keeping that to a single. Brings us to the end of the 42nd over. Score of 272 for 6. 3 overs remaining. Including runs for Rensburg. Moving swiftly to 33. And that's an Honor Nelson.
Good over from Samantha Skitter. I think they'll take 7 runs to the over at this point with 2 safe batters at the crease. But still, just over 9 runs to the over would get them to that 300 mark, even just psychologically. That's a real big milestone to get to.
So take the 300 from the get-go. Psychological battle. 6 to the over. As the dogs keep in, the run rate rises and rises. See much about the class continuing from the prevailing end. Inside egg opportunity. Cook in extra cover. Fantastic start for Masabata class. Can't ask for a better start.
That could make Haley Top feel a little bit better. She finally gets her hands around one, and it's been an important innings from Janssen van Rensburg, aiding Annemarie Derksen, and so she ends up going for 33 of the 30 deliveries. Very good innings, and the batter will have to come to the crease to just help round things off here. The Titans ought to be desperate to try and at least keep them under the 300 run mark, but Kiara Fisher is no mark with the bat.
Kiara Fisher coming to the crease. The downfall of Nicolene Jans for Rensburg. The filling of 30 deliveries. I think that Kaylee Tap will breathe a sigh of relief. That one popping up. Great work from us, class. Just bit movement off the pitch. Seam moving and popping up straight to Kaylee Tap. Score now. 272 for 7. 2.5 overs remaining. Nothing coming in. Going Fisher just getting our reduction on strike. We need to run twos when she's the non-striker.
Her boss just getting her field right, so all the field is up on the offside apart from third. So needs to be quite straight here, Masabata class, to target those stumps of Kiara Fisher.
Last lap is to the third man region, going for 4 runs. Again, the edges going into no man's land, getting the fall from the first ball.
Yeah, that's unlucky for Klaas, but still not the right line. Giving too much width there to Fisher. As I said, it's important for her with the field setting as she has it right now to bowl on the stumps to try and get even more wickets at the moment. And they're now bringing third quite a bit straighter, which is the right call as well with the type of line she's trying to operate with.
Short serve. It's 2 points for no one. But I think I see a bit of movement off the seam pro Masabata class. I'm just popping short off the bat from Kiara Fisher.
That's very impressive if she's still getting a little bit of movement in the 48th over Classy. It's been a touch expensive, but important wicket in this over.
Fuller straight to chance in the deep. Lisbury Marks on the taken by Lisbury Marks. Second wicket in the over. Job needs to be done on the boundary for Lisbury Marks. Ball flying to her, taking a forward diving catch. Fantastic work. Second wicket.
Mary Doton not looking too impressed with that shot. Almost gifting her wicket away. Fisher, probably the main job was now to just get Doton on strike, but she's been at the non-strikers end for the whole over so far, and that'll remain the case. And the 8th wicket going down to just the 2 left. I'm sure she'll talk to her new partner in Kayakaze Mate and tell her, please, just give me the strike. I'm here on Nelson on 111. Don't leave me stranded.
Bat by reduction. Standing at the non-striker, just watching 2 of her teammates falling in the same over. He said very unnecessary to go for the Euro shot. It's a lot of gaps. Just you can just push it into the leg side, get the in batter on strike. But great over for Masabana class thus far. 2 wickets and 4 runs. As we see the field unchanged.
Yeah, same tactic. Try and hit those wickets, keep it nice and straight. She did that in the last delivery. Was swung away by Kiara Fisher, but not getting enough contact.
Well, next time, Mark, just get 2 straight. Mark is saying thank you. That's the first ball. And what he's doing. I see the field with mid in the ring gives you the opportunity to go over cover or mid off to drive. Glass fuller edge. But it's not moving. Edge going to third man or the single. The partner there to find leg. Opportunity there for Mateke. Proper edge found.
Yeah, if they had not moved that third finder, then she wouldn't have been able to get around to it. Rashika Maharaj. Finally, Dirksen gets a strike, but now it's the last delivery of the over, so the question becomes, does he try and hit the boundary or does he try and keep the strike for the next over? It's been a very good over from Klaus. It's a 6 off it so far.
Slow ball, Fuller hit strong through cover. It's only going to be one. I think the idea was to get that hard on the ball. First ball boundary is great, but get off strike, taking the strike for the next over. The end of the 48th, 279 from 8. 12 balls remaining to get to that 300 man.
21 more to get. Henry Dirksen can do that in a few hits. And so she does have the strike here at the start of the over. I would recommend keeping the strike as much as you can. Probably not running the singles now. Looking either for the boundaries or the twos if it's definitely on. Samantha Skitter, who's been impressive throughout the day, gets to finish off things from the Henops River end before the last over. So just the penultimate over for her to finish things off for her day.
So Fuller, great ball, using the change of pace, beating Henry Dirksen. I think somewhere on 112. To beat them, great ball. The change of pace, fantastic from Samantha Skitter today.
Yeah, very accurate with that wide line Yorker so far. Is Skitter.
Straight there. Reverse sweep straight to the short third man. Overthrows again from the Fidelity Titans. Unnecessarily giving extra runs.
Yeah, some people not sounding too impressed with the fielding effort today from the Titans. There's been dropped catches, there's been missed fields, there's been overthrows, and so they've really not helped themselves out there.
The Fuller straight. Quick single taken, opportunity, no strikes in. Taken, run out by Samantha Skitter. Great work from her own bowling. In towards the ball, pick up a quick release, and Mate found short at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, plenty of time to aim that Samantha Skitter. All 3 stumps, and she does she does not miss. Wonderful throws from her, and before that, even a wonderful delivery as well. Again, getting that Yorker in, and Henry Dirksen knew she had to try and come through to the other side, but no chance for Kayakaze Mate, who departs for once. Just the 1 wicket remaining. So it is Dirksen or bust right now here at the back end of the innings for the Badgers. They already have a very good score. They'll try and get a bit more as we see this one just pushing it out to the leg side. Plenty of time for Samantha Skitter, and she hits that middle stump solidly.
Yeah, 3 stumps to aim at. See Vodi Akile coming to the crease. So Henry Dirksen having to talk with her. I think the message is very, very easy. I'd take all the strike, or most of them. You need to get your skates on. It's 2s, 4s, or boundaries. There's no singles to be taken. Great work again there from Samantha Skitter. Her figures thus far, 136 and her 7.3 overs. She would like to end this last 3 balls on high.
It would be nice to top it up with the wicket of Dirksen. To get the wicket now, keep them to 218. Maybe they feel they're still in the game with a lot of their Protea banters back now. It's Sunedis, Annika Bosch, Mia Naismith. Some exciting outer talents in the lineup as well for the Titans, but it will be an uphill battle. But I think they'll feel like a small victory keeping them under 300 here.
I think Dirksen can keep that out of the game. It was left in this penultimate over. Skitter full baseball opportunity taken. Extra cover, fantastic. Another wicket for her in the over. And it's a big fish. Henry Dirksen goes for 113 of 113 deliveries. Well played. And that's the end of the innings of the 6-gun Gold Hollywood Badgers. Total of 280. As you see, the wicket just sliced away, caught the extra cover. Well taken. Well batted. Only that so.
That's beautiful play from Burton. She's going to be very proud of this innings, shaking her head because she knows she missed out there on a few runs at the back end. That ball at dismissal was in the slot, but getting the congratulations that she deserves. So the target for the Fidelity Titans will be 281 when they come back after the mid-innings break. Samantha Skitter finishing on an impressive 2 for 76. For 36, I should say. 76 wouldn't have been as impressive, but 2 for 36 from Skitter in her first outing for the Titans here today. 2 wickets also for Elizabeth Marks, who also took 2 for 36. Masabata Klaas, who took 2 for 54. So 2 wickets shared between those three. Top run scorer for the Garden Route Badgers, Henry Dirksen, dismissed off the last ball for 113 at exactly a runnable, 9 fours and 4 sixes, and 87 by Julia Hall, who really set the tone and the platform for this innings. She made 87 of 83 runs, and then handy contributions from Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg and Mieke de Ridder. So we'll take a bit of a break and we'll be back with you shortly.
Good afternoon and welcome back to a sunny SuperSport Park. There are a few clouds gathering to the north of the oval. However, cricket resumes with Fidelity Titans looking to chase 281 after a dominant performance by the SWD Badgers. Into the attack to start off with the new ball, Nicolini Jansen van Rensburg. Now to the middle for the Sky Blues, Miane Smith and Rasika Maharaj.
Yeah, big task ahead for the Fidelity Titans, chasing 281. At one point it looked like they might be chasing over 300 even, but managed to bundle out the last couple of wickets cheaply. Wonderful innings by Anneli Derksen, as well as Julia Hall really setting things up for the Dragons. Badgers will want to start out well here. They have a slip fielder in place, maybe a second slip position, as Miane Smith gets her opportunity to open the batting for the Titans.
It's on that off-stump line and just defended out. First ball of the second innings underway. A little bit of away movement off the seam there from Nicolini Jansen van Rensburg.
She does have a bit of slingy action, that's Van Rensburg. Nice busting, running in hard to the crease. Did well with the bat and should take some confidence from that into this bowling innings.
Sliced outside the off stump, but there's cover sweeper in place collected, and that gets Miane Smith off the mark.
Yeah, I feel like this move to shift her up to open could be a good one. I think they maybe have given her the same type of role that the Badgers gave to Julia Hall. Really put pressure on the bowlers in the power play, make use of those fielders being inside the inner ring and go over the top.
Yeah, it definitely would be, because the batter at the crease right now. Rasika Maharaj is not an aggressive type of batter. She actually hasn't batted before in an official game for the Fidelity Titans in the top 6. Only in warm-up games in the off-season. Interesting to see what she can give here.
Yeah, it is an interesting decision to go with her up top. Of course, one of the few lefties around here. The Dolphins probably have the most lefties in their lineup, but generally you see a lot of right-handed batters and the women's scene domestically.
Like that off stump. Very full there from Jansen van Rensburg. Barely carrying through to Mika Durda. The gloves.
A lot of encouragement out in the field. Always easier when you have a good target that you set. Feel nice and positive at the start.
Cards out on that off stump in Spencersburg. And Rasika Maharaj finds backed on ball there. Unable to get it through the field.
Yeah, I hope this won't backfire on them. They don't want Maharaj to be out in the middle for a long time but not score. I think it's important for them in a fairly big change to set the tone early, get off to a good start in the power play. You don't want the batter being on fire after 25 deliveries.
There's this to the next side, but a wonderful piece of fielding. There's a mix-up in the middle, but Julia Hall, the lady with the bat in the beginning of the day, has great work at mid-wicket.
Big asset to any team is Julia Hall in the field with the bat. There's lots of energy. Might even see her turn around over now and then.
Taking the stumps. We saw this play by the Fidelity Titans at the beginning of the innings as well. Instead of going on that off-stump, fifth stump line, they chose to attack the stumps early on in the innings. Do you think that could be the way to go against these two batters at the crease?
Yeah, it might be. I think both like to free up the arms, especially Miane Smith, who's really actually strong at both sides of the wickets. Very promising young batsman, Miane Smith, so you can't really afford to stray on her pads because she'll just flick it away over the infield even. And she likes slashing through the offside as well. So Tough batter to bowl to, actually, so you would like to keep it tight on the stumps, but can't stray towards the leg.
And the Badgers have seen the way that the spin worked from Fidelity Titans in the first innings. They've brought in to bowl with the new ball, Evodia Yakile.
He tends to throw a few hand grenades. That's Evodia Yakile really loves it out there and asks the batter to go after it. And I think Mia Smith will be patting back too many deliveries. I wouldn't be surprised if she looks to go up and over the offside, especially with the angle coming around the wicket. But for now, she'll just suss things out against Yakile. All the fielders up on the outside, and no one fine on the outside either.
Crossed up as he expected on that middle stump line. When I used to play against Evodia, just dead buck high. Tossed up. She uses her feet. Quick hands from Mika Derrida, and it's given by umpire. And that is the early wicket that the Badgers were searching for. The use of spin at front with the new ball has proven to be successful. Mia Smith not being patient at all at the beginning.
Yeah, that is the danger. Running past one, that's exactly what she does. Mia Smith, I think she premeditated coming down the wicket, and she ended up yorking herself in a very good take behind the stumps by Mika Derrida. Staying nice and low and bringing it back onto the stumps very quickly. Lovely glove work from her.
Very good piece of keeping work there from Derrida. But with one Protea falling, another walks to the crease. Sine Lees coming out to the middle.
And Mia Smith will be very frustrated with that, having an opportunity to open on a lovely batting pitch here at SuperSport Park. She had an opportunity to make a real impact with the bat here today. But Sine Lees, we've seen what she's capable of at this venue. She's another one who loves her sweep shot and the flicks through the onside, I should say.
Two-time MVP for the Fidelity Titans. She has a game named after her. Straight into the offside to start her innings.
She does have a game named after her.
What I like a lot about Sine's batting, Sine's batting, is she uses the crease so well. She enjoys going back to the spinners, especially when it's outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, he probably is one of the best players of spin in South Africa, both domestically and in the international scene. See him after coming out to the spinners, using her feet, sweeping, going back, so very strong.
Just playing it safe, trying to build up a base after that early wicket of Mia Smith, and that closes off the second over. Just one run on the scoreboard for the Fidelity Titans.
Couldn't have asked for much better. The Garden Badgers setting a target of 281, and you have the home team 1 for 1 after 1. Good start for them. I'd like the orange inners wicket over their eyes. Right. Seems like Emanuel Harris have decided to come around the wicket with that slingy action, maybe targeting those stumps with that action, that angle, trying to get it in between bat and pad, sneak it through to the stumps.
Definitely the plan is that passes into the pads, and it's given out by umpire Dian and Rastika Maharaj. The plan from coach Pierre de Bruin has backfired. That sets the left-handed batter walking back to the dugout.
Yes, clear as daylight what was going to happen here, and Maharaj had no answer, so like you said, that plan has definitely not worked out for the Titans. 1 for 2 in all sorts of trouble early on. Chasing a big score, it's not what she wants. Let's keep it to ball for Machete. Strides out to the middle.
For Machete with a slow start to her 50 over campaign this season. Just getting a 4 in her first outing and 6 in her second. She will definitely be looking to hang around there and build up a nice partnership with Sunelis. But in the form and what the badges have just displayed now, could prove to be difficult.
It's also from Haman Scroll. It's the ball Machete similar to Polina Mashishi. Both from that part of the world. Scroll's like on the edge of Gauteng and Limpopo. I think it still counts as Gauteng.
It's definitely far. She goes with a straight bat first ball up. She plays this into the covers for 1.
I was staying behind the stumps today to go on Machete. I often say that if you aren't aware of the keeper, it's probably done a good job. And the only time you really become aware is for stumpings for an excellent catch. And so we've already seen a very good stumping from Mika Dorota.
Outside that off stump line. That's played on the back foot by this into the covers for 1.
That's the whole bowling to fields is the badges. I think that's something that the Titans struggled with. It was a good wicket this by Glenians on the rail, but around the wicket traps are right on the back foot in front of the stumps. Nowhere to go from our Raj. And no, not a tough decision this time for the umpire.
Defended to cover for 1.
As I say, chasing a target like 281 is quite steep, so you need everything to really go right, especially from the power play point of view. You want to get a good start, probably score at least 50 runs in this power play. And now, from this position, you can't really afford to lose another wicket in the power play.
The base definitely needs to be built from here. Foundation must be set. 1 ball left in the third. Check and this looking as comfortable as we could hope for.
Back was last there first wicket on 7, but then there was a 48-run partnership, well, a 41-run partnership between Eddie Moodley and Julia Hall.
That off stump line, and Machete seemingly comfortable on front foot defense. That's the end of the third over. A wicket off the first ball by Josip van Rensburg. Just 2 runs from it. Team total of 3 for 2 with both batters still on 1.
Batters have been very impressive in this tournament. Have the leading run scorers, they have the leading wicket taker. It shows why they're at the top of the table. Evodia, Akile with a dangerous loopy off-spin deliveries. That doesn't really turn all that much, but deceives the batters in the flight.
Especially if they're coming right on around the wicket to the right-handers. It's an awkward line of sight to face. You have to stand with the left leg quite open, exposing that off stump and often the middle stump as well. Using her feet at the full toss, but she manages to get it down to long on. So at least gets to the non-striker's end.
I think in a different situation where she's been set or wickets haven't been lost like this, she would have put that one away. But currently just looking to rebuild here. The Titans, they have a sweeper going out onto the outside boundary now and bringing on long on into mid-on.
Pulling out of her action there. No midfielders behind square. check goes across the line. Car corner is in play. Annie Dirksen, the Centurion of this morning, collects that for one.
Yeah, I guess you have to know your batters who is willing and able to pull out the reverse sweeps and labs. Some are more accustomed to do that than others.
There's definitely a clear plan, and you can see that in the way that they've set their field for Tibble, Machike, and for Sinalis. They know where they want to bowl and to which bat that is for. Decent effort in the field at mid-wicket. A small fumble allows them to come through for one. One ball left in the fourth. So the Titans keep on building brick by brick.
A little bit better for them so far this over.
Pulled across the line, squarely. Doing really good work there. Quick in and out of the hands. That is the energy that's going to put the Fidelity Titans under pressure.
I think it worked by Annika Swart at square leg. 6 for 2, 4 overs in, only 6 overs left of this power play. Still a massive target ahead for the Titans, but they'll be calm to have a few of their Proteas batters back. A lot of experience between Sinailis and Annika Bosch still to come. And they'll know what task lies ahead of them. And it means Jan Rensburg has been very good in this tournament.
Goes on that fifth stump line to Sinalis. Kazi Mate doing the work at extra cover. Solid in the field.
Now with that wicket, Jan Rensburg became the leading wicket taker, I should say, of the tournament. She was joint leading wicket taker, so that's now his 7th wicket of the tournament.
Played beautifully off the back foot. Out to that cover sweeper for one. Sinalis looking more and more comfortable with every ball that she plays.
Another match happening in Johannesburg at DP World Wanderers, where the DP World Lions wrapped up 270 runs. So very similar sort of match situations in Gauteng so far today.
That leg stamp line straight to the fielder. Giselle Abrahams at square leg.
Guess she feels she missed out today, going out early for one. Oh, there's been some big scores, some of the other batters.
I suppose sometimes when you're batting and you go out cheaply, you make room for your teammates to go out there and score the big runs.
Yeah.
This is weird because it's an individual game inside a team game. Sometimes sacrifices need to be made. It's just the way of the game.
It is. You can just ask for Tadej Banal. He knows about sacrificing important matches. Yeah, it's an interesting game. You want to contribute as an individual, but in the end, you want to win as a team.
Finding the balance between that makes championship teams so good.
Yeah, even the Proteas men, there's not a lot of standout players at the moment in the team, but they still manage to win matches, make important contributions when it matters. Not today. Today, they decided to all go out in double figures and not get to 50, but winning that first match.
Played into the covers again, so they just collects another one.
But yeah, in the end, it comes down to a team effort. It was the same for the Proteas women, though I guess we could argue they have the standout players in Laura Wolfhard, Marizanne Cup, Nadine de Klerk had a very impressive Women's World Cup. And so I think without those it would be a bit more of a struggle, but still contributions when it matters. And it is 9 for 2 after 5 as the Hal train comes by swiftly. How people feel with riding in the Hal train when the storm comes up around here.
I use the train often and I've never been in it when there's a storm, so
Well, it's a lucky break.
tossed up there, swept hard across the line. Far corner does well to collect that Dixon on the boundary. Gets through for a single.
It's only going to take so long before that sweep shot comes out. Immediately, Yukile says we'll probably have a fielder out there, but they can't go two in the power play. Somebody has to stay in. And so that fielder thought she was going out sweeping on the outside. She's sticking around in the circle.
He tosses it up again. She hits it hard. There's slight miscommunication, but with the fumble, they managed to come through for the single.
Yeah, I feel sometimes they can push a little bit harder. There was always a run there, really. You could really put pressure on the fielder. Even if she didn't misfield, she would have gotten through for a run.
About clear communication between the pair. It's played with beautiful strength back here. Just dealing in singles at the moment, the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, that's what they need right now, just to form a bit of a partnership again.
Macheke is so good on that sweep as she plays this out to the deep mid-wicket region for a single.
Feels like a common thing for wicketkeepers to be very good with the sweep shot. I've found very few wicketkeepers I think that are not good at sweeping the ball.
She goes hard over cover. This is the wonderful display of batting, a release of pressure. She took the risk, even though there wasn't much, and hit this hard over the cover region for 4.
I think the nice thing with that angle, you know that she's not going to turn it into too much. And so just going along with the line and the angle, a bit too much room this time from Yokile. And so almost a bit of a gift to Lise, but she played it very well.
Passes it up. It's on that off stump line. Cut straighter. And a very good over here from the Fidelity Titans. Not allowing the bowler to settle, using their feet, playing the sweep, making sure that when the bad ball came, it went for the boundary. The team total goes up to 18 for 2 off the 6, with Sineglis on 12, Tibokoma Cheki on 5.
They doubled their score in that over, 9 runs coming off it. Still only 3 runs to the over at the moment for the Titans, so falling behind that required rate a bit. That's moved up to 6. So even though the Badgers didn't manage to get to 300, it's almost as if they did with this type of start that they've gotten those 2 wickets.
And so Van Rensburg continues. Very good form. Opens up with the dot. It's been really good at the beginning of the overs. Of course, with the wicket of Rusika Maharaj coming on the first, forward in the second.
She's both good control today. I've seen her be a bit wayward in this tournament, but not so far today. It's been right on the money.
Opening up the face, looking for the single, but deciding against it.
She loves the cut shot. That's Sinegi's every bit of with, and she'll bring out that cut shot.
Kiara Fisher doing the fielding at backward points. She's an excited player. Spent the off season in Ireland. Some cricket over there. She does the work again, collected cleanly. She grew up playing for the Dolphins and has played for their women's team for a couple of years now. Quite successful off-spin bowler.
And the Badgers have made very good acquisitions this season. They struggled last season. Almost faced relegation and really brought on some good players that have helped them go to the top of the table.
Tata on that off stump line. 4 balls into her 4th over. No run taken yet.
Talking about playing overseas, it's a shame that Gabriela Sequeira not playing in this match. That surname really interested me where it was from. And I see that she played for Portugal not too long ago. And interestingly enough, she played with Jada Figueiredo, who plays at the Dolphins. So that's an interesting tidbit that I managed to find. So I found that very interesting. And so she's 16 playing for an international team, regardless of what team it is. It's very impressive.
International cricket is international cricket. Good work in the field there from Nadine Ridley.
Yeah, doing that at 16, she even batted at 3, made a couple of 50s. So clearly a very, very talented player is Sequeira.
She plays for the Arena Villagers at the Titans club level. She has been successful for a few years there. Outside the off stump, that's the shot that Sunelis loves, playing through the covers. And I suppose that's why the cover sweeper is out there, to prevent that boundary from happening off the loose wayward delivery. End of the over with a single, 19 for 2 after 7.
Yes, he's done well not to stray at all towards the leg side, as Nicolini answered from the but Badgers have brought so well to their field. They've learned from the mistakes of the Titans in the first innings. They've also seemed a lot more focused in their fielding efforts as well so far. Titans really let it slip quite a few times, and I'll be disappointed about that. Nothing is worse than an opportunity to dismiss a good batter on a dunk, and then that player goes on and scores a century, and in a situation like this, a potential match-winning century.
Those 50-50 chances definitely have the potential to change the game. Putting down a chance like that is not good at all for the Fidelity Titans, but they have a chance to come back now. Sweeps across the line. Chinke gets another single. Second one will be over. Chipping away on this total, single by single.
Yeah, no rush at the moment. The required rate is definitely not out of hand. They only need about a run a ball, so doing it their way. So work for the Titans as well, forming a partnership.
Least uses her feet this time. Stays behind the ball nicely. Gets down to our run.
Yeah, they're pretty much doing exactly what they need to at the moment. Getting a run a ball against Fidelity Ayakile in this move.
Ringley tossed up and it's hit over the head of cover. Julia Hall putting on a very decent chase. She's flicked across the ground, but the ball crashes into the purple boundary cushions before she's able to get it. Adds 4 more to the total this time to Bahal Chinke.
Julia just not ball that in, was too wide and also too short from Yakile. And the problem with that pace is exactly that. If you drop short, it gives so much time to the batter to just wait. And she did well to punish it, did Machiega.
That again. Slightly airborne, bouncing just before the hands of Yakile.
We talked about so many of the Knights players moving over to the Badgers this season.
Outside is there, falling safely.
It's 26 for 2 after 8. So I'm wondering how is the temperature difference between Bloemfontein and Oudtshoorn. I know Bloemfontein can get quite hot, but very cold as well. But Oudtshoorn gets really hot. So I wonder what the adjustment is moving from Bloemfontein to Oudtshoorn, weather-wise. There's some of the players with jackets on this morning here from the Badgers. That tells you they come from a much hotter place than here. I remember one time traveling up to Messina, and it was winter time, so I went with a jacket. By the time I got there, I'd taken it off, and got there, 26 degrees in the middle of winter, and I get out, and everybody's like puffer jackets and wool socks, and it's interesting how different places can be across South Africa. Mid-innings van Rensburg's been very tidy. 4.1 overs, only conceded the 7 runs and the early wicket as well, after contributing 33 with the bats as well. It's been a good day for her.
She really is a team player. She plays hard cricket as they just come through for the single.
What do you define as hard cricket?
She's really committed. She puts her body on the line. She'll pull long spells when she needs to. Doesn't really complain about much. Get the job done.
Lovely to have somebody like that in your team, real workhorse, as they call that.
Wonderful fielding by Nelly Moody. That was hit hard. She had to quite some distance to run to cut that one off.
Yeah, the ball from a check, it seems like she's really getting going now. That's on ball. She has your eye and might want to make use a bit of this power play still.
22 of 19 in yesterday's T20. We piggybacking off the back of that score. And as we said it, perhaps the commentator's curse, that's middle stump gone. Nicolini and van Rensburg breaking the foundation of this partnership. Tebogo Macheke walks back.
Yeah, well again, going for that full and straight delivery and sneaking onto the bat and but crossed the line really from Macheke now presenting the full face of the bat. So not giving herself the best opportunity to make good contact. So it's 2 experienced pros now out in the middle for the Fidelity Titans. Anneke Bosch, the captain for the day, joins Sine Lees. Both haven't been captains before. Bosch, one of those who didn't have a good World Cup, unfortunately. Did struggle a bit for the Proteas woman, but I guess this is the opportunity you have. You come back to domestic cricket and you show why you deserve spots in the Proteas. Show that you dominate domestically.
She has been left out of both the T20 and the ODI squads for the inbound Irish tour. So she does need to put in some work behind the scenes, find herself a little bit again. It's really difficult as batters to go through difficult patches. Get in your head and it's tough to get out of it.
It's got a lovely drive. Does Anneke Bosch, so anything over pitching, you'll see her on the full that.
Starting off, getting bats on ball here. She will need to face one more ball from Nicolini and van Rensburg for the so far.
Field in nice and tight. Only a sweeper on the offside and a third on the boundary.
Head across the line, it was short and she pulls this through to the mid-wicket boundary. She will start her innings with a boundary. So total goes up to 31 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, just a bit too easy there for Bosch. Traveled down, sitting up. Pitch is too good and Bosch is too good to miss out on that one.
Challenge here for the 6-gun grill garden route badges. Kazi Mate comes into the attack, replacing Ivalia Yuki there.
There's another accurate bowler for the Badgers. They've really composed a good team here this season. And Vincent Kula Shuttles and present, but she tends to bring herself on a little bit later as the captain. She did that yesterday as well in the Pro20 match. Sweeper out on the offside boundary, and third going back to the boundary now as well. So all up in the ring on the leg side. Suggests we shouldn't stray too straight. Mate.
Got a very straight arm action. That leading arm in her gather comes up above her head and then round into her action. Makes it difficult to follow the ball in that hand.
Captain having a bit of a word with Mate. Tend to see that captain standing at mid-off.
Opening up the face here for Sinelis. She guides it out to the backward point region. She'll get off strong. That middle position is a good one for a captain to be in, or a senior bowler to be in. Of course, Sinkle is both of those things. Leadership, being close to the bowler, making sure to check in before every ball that they're happy with the field that they're bowling to. Straight into the covers confidently there by Annika Bosch.
Very good sound off the bat from Bosch. I think that can help you really get your innings going. Get a few out of the middle early on. This makes you feel better, settles down quickly.
26 off 22 yesterday. There's only 9 dots in her innings in yesterday's game. Looking to open up the face again. Just too full on this occasion for Sinelis to guide it to that third man region.
Been a holiday out here, SuperSport Park. Yesterday we saw the storms rolling in quite a bit earlier, so it's good to see the sun still shining here. So hopefully we get a full game in here.
Short and wide, snakes. On that cut shot she is so strong at. She's not getting all of that.
It's been a very measured inning so far from these. I think she knows how important this partnership in particular will be in setting up this chase. So a long way to go.
She hits it hard back to the bowler. Kazi Mate does good work to get a boot behind that ball. Ends off the over with a dot, but a confident shot from Liz. 10 overs done, 3 wickets, 33 runs for the Fidelity Titans. As we have a commentary change. Thank you, Vanya. Continuing her spell from the Hinabs River in Nicolinians van Rensburg. Very economical in her 5 overs, 2 wickets for 12 runs. Breaking out that partnership in the previous over. Spochma Cheke out bowled. Brian, your thoughts?
Yeah, a bit slow start in the first 10 overs, going 3.3 to the over. But as you and Vanna said, it's going to be a measured innings. This partnership is going to mean a lot for the Sky Blues. So, yeah, Nicolene Asperger's a great start to a spell. But out off. Wanted to hit that very hard at Annika Bosch. And that ball is outside the line of the off stump. Eyes lit up. Yeah, very measured innings. I don't think it's time to panic as yet. Slow start, but this partnership, 6 runs. I think it's going to be a cracking of a chase if they can pull this off. And hopefully, as I said, the weather should play its part. It's very slow ball hit into the leg side, a sweep shot. Fantastic shot for 4. Annika Bosch showing what she can do with the bat and how important she is in the role that she's playing here as captain.
this partnership is definitely a vital one with Amakhulamba Pangula, the only through and through batter left in the batting order.
Unfortunately, early 3 wickets in the power play. But what a time to try and resurrect this innings. Fuller straighter, just nudge into the offside. That's the experience of Annika Bosch getting at the boundary, just taking every ball on its merit, not forcing the situation.
But car corner, long on, third man and cover sweeper out.
Rensburg a bit shorter, cut into the covers, good fielding. Long spell here from Jansper Rensburg. It's correct to say she is a workhorse. Takes a lot on her shoulders. You can see why. Consistency is still there, and then she's into her 6th over. Get a change of the field. Deep square leg goes 3/4 of the way out to the boundary. Third man coming into the inner ring. Also, cow corner and long on. Fuller straighter. It's straight back. Quick single taken by Annika Bosch. Keeper's end is the trouble end, but everything's safe. Scamper through for 1.
It looks like a double bluff there, almost expecting the short ball with nobody in the inner ring on the leg side. And Bosch just playing that expertly with a straight bat, avoiding to go cross bat on the straight line of Nicoline Jans van Rensburg.
I'm very tempted not to do that, seeing that there's quite gaps on leg side. Good has prevailed. Start shorter on the offside. Great stop at point. Sinali's cut it to point, and that brings us to the end of the 11th over. 39 for 3.
They've been good in the field so far. But Wynand and Derrida making a significant change from a coaching point of view this season. The improvement has shown in all players as well as from a team perspective.
For 3 run rate at 3.6 to the over. Run rate required is 6.2. So getting a bit up there. I think panic station should kick in at 7 to 7.5 to the over. Anything can still happen. As Marte is going to continue from bandstand end. Full straight into the leg side. Great effort there. Going to be cleaned up on the boundary of the corner fielder.
And Dirksen camping out in the corner of the field there after the big effort of her century this morning. She really did put her hand up the bat.
Shorter, slow ball into the people on the sweep on the offside. See the variation from Marte there. Andre Dirksen, fantastic innings. When she batted, I think her legs are a bit heavy, but fantastic effort. Give them 280 and dropped on North. Martin Fuller slow, it's straight back, and London is going to clean up. Getting the scoreboard to tick over still. 3 balls, 3 singles. Not letting the run rate slip away too much. But I think the need for a couple of boundaries. Slow and straight back to her. Great bowling. And dry spell of boundaries is going to catch them at this stage. Needing another 240 runs to win.
run rate creeps higher and higher, it will become more difficult.
Martin Fuller straight onto the legs, flicked away. That's Sunaylis for boundary. As we said, boundaries needed, flicked away on the leg side. 4 runs.
This is a second boundary. An innings that hasn't seen many. It's been rotating the striker, putting that bad ball away nicely, just too far down the leg side, and beating that fielder at 45.
It's experience from the Protea. 22 of the 35 balls. Martin shorter cut away into the cover region. Only going to be 1. Brings us to the end of the 12th over. 46 for 3. Good over for the Titans. The 8th of them. Martin's first over went for 2. Second for 8. So just taking their time, getting settled in. And partnership with 19. This crucial partnership for the Fidelity Titans. And slow and steady chipping away at the target. See a change in bowling.
Kiara Fisher into the attack. Slow right arm off spin.
I think it's a great shot to get spin in. Running a bit quicker through the overs. As you said, seen with the Titans innings, taking the pace off the ball makes a massive difference. Need to create all the power from the batting side. Flatter there, short, pulled away into the leg side. Trying to pierce that leg side boundary gap. Only 1. Great fielding on the boundary rope there. I think the batsman thought that's going to run away for 4. That's a quite easy single.
Julia Hall would work on the boundary. She's really quick across the ground.
Great innings from her as well. More flight driven through extra cover to middle of quick scamper single. Great running there. That's all needed now. Cool edge, just rotating the strike. No need to take unnecessary gambles. I tried to put the pressure back on the 6-gun drill. Can't badges. But more flight there, driven through cover. Sweeper needs to clean up there. Great shot. Piercing the gap on the boundary, hitting it for 4 through the covers. Great shot there from Sunaylis.
Just using her wrists to make sure she gets on top of the ball there. To watch the replay. Gets to the pitch and just rolls those wrists over the ball. Change of action here by Fisher. Comes right arm around the wicket to Sunaylis.
Trying to get the space tighter. Flatter pulled away into the leg side. Great shot. Not going to pierce the gap. Still only 1. That leg side boundary.
Good fielding on the boundary from Giselle Abrams.
Great 7 from the 4 balls in this over. So 2 good overs on the trot for the Fidelity Titans. Just a bit more flight there. Anka Bosch just missing that sweep. I think there was a physio scene coming onto the field. Maybe just got a knock on the head that make it a riddle.
Sorting out Robbenheimer, the physiotherapist for the Badgers on the field at the moment. Just asking a couple of questions there from Mika Derrida. Check that initial concussion test.
Yeah, fantastic. The concussion protocol coming into cricket. It's very, very important to look after your brain. No need to toughen it out. When you're hurt, you're hurt. Getting through that concussion protocol with flying colours. So one ball left in this Kiana Fisher over. Chipping away at the right rate. 4.1 to the over now. The scoring rate. Sport to shift 26 runs. That would fly straight to just nudge into the cover region. That will be a doctor in the 13th over, 53 for 3.
Necklace 29. Annika Bosch on 13. 228 runs to win of 222 balls. With this partnership growing ever so slightly, building a foundation for the likes of Khilamba Pangula, Nicholas Maylox coming later on in the innings. These two would like to push that and extend the innings as long as possible. Martin continues.
Full ball driven straight to mid-off. It's a good start. Almost too full there from Martin. These two batters fantastic with their wrist. Great contact. Tidy from Martin. Pull it straight in. Just blocked. All goal. 2 dots to start the third over.
A lot of chatter and energy out there for the Badgers in the field. They're awake and they're letting the Titans know that they are.
The Badgers get the Titans to almost 50 overs in the field in the heat of the day. They feel it batting second. Not going down without a fight. Pull it straight and driven again straight to mid-off. Captain busy at mid-off. Getting a ball almost every ball is over. It's so important, as you and Vanna earlier said, that getting experienced bowler or your captain at mid-on, mid-off is so important to shot into the covers. At point, no run as well. It's important to let the calm heads prevail. Getting the game plan to your bowler, adjusting the field as they adjust their plan. A great start here from Martin in the third over. 4 dots start off. Martin again, so now he's using a feet going to leg side. Does it down to long on for a single. That's something she does very well. Is using the crease, not let the bowler settle. Absorbing the 4 dots. Just letting the bowler bowl to her.
She definitely doesn't let the bowler settle. Keeps moving around.
Martin straight. Offside, great shot, but again just to mid-off. That brings us to the end of the 14th over. Score now 54 for 3.
Bring on a new bat for Sunagis. The boundary bat.
The money maker. Great over from Mate. Only one from over. Pulling back that second over that went for 8. First over for 2, second for 8, and the third only for 1. Very, very accurate bowler. See, continuation of Fisher from the Hips River end. So a bit flat there, driven. Oh, it's a chance, half chance there for the captain at mid-off just fell short. That's not what the Titans ladies need, is a wicket to fall now. This partnership is crucial for this chase. Especially the boss sweeps and misses. Great take there behind the stumps from Mickey Arena. Like I said, off stump. Just guides it down to third man. The vacant third man area. This is going to run away to the boundary. Great shot there from Annika Bosch.
And just opened up the face, leaned back onto that back foot. She didn't hit it too hard, so just making sure she angled it through the gap. Excellent use of the pace from Kiara Fisher, who's taking her action again to come right arm around the wicket.
Fisher Fuller just nuts down straight back to the bowler. No run there. Yeah. Annika Bosch just using the full face of the bat, time the ball for fall. No use of overheating the ball. Fisher Fuller again, sweeps hard, chance in a deep, dropped on the boundary. That's a big chance for the Hollywood Badgers.
Giselle Abraham is underneath the ball there. Hands on hips, really disappointed with that. It was a difficult chance in the end there. She had to cover quite a lot of ground to the left. Big sweep shot brought by Annika Bosch. Just airborne for a long time. It was flat.
Fisher toss one up, driven through cover, quick single call straight away. Brings us to the end of the 15th over. 6 from it, 61. 7 from it, 61 for 3.
Just looking at the replay of the drop catch. Annika Bosch hits it hard across the line. Should have been taken at this level of cricket. Kiara Fisher will not be too pleased with that display. They've been good in the field so far. Have the Badgers just falling short on that one. We saw how dangerous a drop catch can be in the first innings.
That's a tough chance, but expected to take that as Marte continues from end Fuller straight. He's straight back over her head. Doesn't make less, but going to be tied up on the boundary. See the gears wanting to change now. Chipping away at the run rate. Letting the scoreboard pressure get to them. Marte shorter, it's straight to cover. And still, the Badgers innings in the field today is field placing is fantastic. Bowlers helping the fielders helping the bowlers, and the energy in the field for the first 15 overs is fantastic today. Martin Fuller hits straight, getting to the captain.
Ned Moody had extra cover being about 10 metres off the inner ring. Yeah, it's quite a lot of pressure and allows you to cut the angle between extra cover and mid-off, which puts them under pressure.
Okay, leg side worked into the leg side. No run there to 45. Yeah, also if you get the shorter extra cover, the one that's just going to stick in the wicket, pops up, creates the chance. You can see the energy Mooley has there as well. She lets it know that she's close by. Tidy over this phone. I say off stump. Chance there. Dropped. That's the third chance going down. And captain just couldn't get hold of it.
Just that in the end there from Zintle Kula. Michael Bosch. Second chance in just 4 balls. Jeff talking about the one that sticks, throwing the hands at it. Should have been caught.
Ball into the leg side, tied it up. The mid-wicket fielder. That could be a very expensive drop there from the captain. We get to the end of the over. Score now 62 for 3. Difficult for bowler to keep on being positive when spinners are being dropped. Now the one in the deep from the sweep was a tough chance. But this previous one from Sunelise was quite a sitter and expected to be great. And no second thoughts about it.
With that being said, a field change has been made. Giselle Abrahams, the fielder who dropped the catch in the previous over from Fisher, has swapped up to a point position. Nadine Woodley, that fiery character, has gone out to that position.
So the flight from Fisher played through the runner. No, that was bat or glove. Was glove.
Just watching the reverse sweep being played here. Yeah, definitely some sort of battle glove involved as it just dollied over Durida's head. Tries again.
Oh, straight to short third. You see, trying to get the gaps, and she's very good on the sweep and the reverse sweeps. I think just not to take any unnecessary chances. Try to put a pressure on Fisher. She floats one up, sweep coming out, going very, very fine. I almost thought that leg stump was going to tumble, moving that far across, outside off.
Moves well over to that off stump line. Very far across. Putting the front pad to the ball.
Change of angle again here from Fisher. Use the flight. Use her feet, does Sunelise. Annika Bosch, sorry, and a great shot over extra cover. That's a great pressure relief shot.
An error on the score.
Yeah, that was Sunelise. So just when you feel like the pressure is coming, she uses her feet, hits it over extra cover. Very strong there. Fisher straighter, guided to short third for no run. Partnership 40. So she uses her feet again, does Sunelise, but straight to Captain Kula. That's the end of the 17th over. Score now 68 for 3. See there in the background the clouds building. Thus far it looks like it's moving around SuperSport Park. We're picking up. Thus far nothing to worry about. Some great cricket being played here at a hot summer's day in SuperSport Park Centurion between the 6-gun Grohl, Hollywoodbets Badgers and Fidelity Titans. Big fight in the middle now to keep the partnership and keep on building. Martin continues. Use her feet. That's Annika Bosch straight over the bowler's head. Going all the way for a maximum. That's what they needed to begin the over.
She picks her spot perfectly with long on out on the boundary. The middle of the Hula up in the ring. She chooses to go over long off. Reinstate for option.
I think you said there, Andre Dirksen, you can hit straight, I can hit straighter, and we're going to go farther. So, great start to the over. But getting through cover, bit more intent from the start. 7 of 2 balls. Skiing up tightly on sweep on the offside by Woodley. Martin straight back to a Voltes chance for court and ball. Chance is being given by the Fidelity Titans. Luckily not taken thus far.
But the timing of the attack from the two Proteas batters in the middle. Which ball they decide to attack on and when.
Martin to lose outside the off stump, driven 3 extra cover. Great shot. Running hard but not coming back for the second. Tightly just offside sweeper boundary. Two balls remaining in this over. Marte straight it into the leg side, no run to mid wicket. So just something to keep in mind. The DLS par score is 114 at this stage. Calculation is 205 of 193 balls left. A lot of time in this game. They straight block into the covers, quick single. Great running there from the two Proteas.
That brings at the end of the 18th over 77 for 3. This partnership of 50 for the two outs in the middle, Annika Bosch and Sunelis. With Sunelis contributing 23, Annika Bosch 27. Brings about a drinks break as well.
Remember the final tomorrow on Cricket South Africa's YouTube page. 23 November, 1 o'clock, Mangang Oval, Bloemfontein. It's a flex brand Knights against the Eastern Cape in Yati. This is going to be a belter. So catch it live in Cricket South Africa in YouTube channel. We will take a short break. welcome back after the drinks break. Score now 77 for 3 after 18. Continuation of Kieran Fisher from the Henopsriver end.
204 runs needed from 192 balls just before the drinks break. Fidelity Titans 50-run partnership between Annika Bosch and Sinead. Partnership very much needed in this run chase.
Now, partnership key for this run chase, especially between these two experienced campaigners. Kieran Fisher. Straight one out to the off stump, nice into the leg side. Sinead wanted a quick single. I think that's the better call, not to take the 50-50 chances. Your worst thing now will be a run out to end this partnership. Straight to using a feed as Annika Bosch. Going to be one down to the long on boundary. Tempting her with the fly. Back with square leg on the boundary and cow corner. Gets too straight, Sinead will sweep her to the boundary. Fish straight to the offside. Over mid off goes Sinead. I think that went for a maximum. Fantastic shot there from Sinead.
Sinead has got it all. Just said now for you, she can sweep over 4 if it goes too straight, but this one on that off stump, and she manages to get a boundary from it as well. She really is batting very well today. She goes up to 35 runs. Team total on 84 for 3, 2 overs left in the 19th. There's a field change made. Long off goes out, cover sweeper comes into the ring.
Question to ask, is it because of that boundary, or is there other plan? The Fisher continues. Sweep does Sinead, beating the field in the ring for 4. Short third, not getting to it. 4 runs with a reverse sweep. 1 over, mid off, 1 through short third. She can sweep you, she can hit you over extra. Seeing the ball like a beach ball.
Very reactive field changing happening now. As mid wicket comes out and is put into short third man. Point goes more square.
Fish straight in, guided down, not getting the contact. With an open leg side, just the 2 fielders on the ring, on the boundary, sorry. I think moving over, just nudging it into the leg side. Other way, that over went for 11. End of the 19th, 88 for 3.
Sinead is just 1 short of her half century. She'll be on the non-strikers end of the new over. As we see a bowling change, Sinclair Kula bringing herself into the attack from the pavilion end.
They're very active. The previous over, almost fielders chasing the ball. Where the ball goes, the field changes. And just stick with their game plan, not necessary to change the field every ball. The bowler adjusts to the field, not the field to the bowler. As we said, that sweeper goes out on the cover boundary. Long off, long on, cow corner. Sweeper very straight. We'll get it down. Great start here over just top of off. Breakthrough here for the 6-gun goal. Grill. Conrad Badless mean a lot. Change that field again. 45 comes square leg. And a short length driven into the covers. So sweeper tidying up, getting the single, making at this stage a bit too easy for two strong drivers of the ball to get off strike. As we have looked at Finale's on 49.
Still a lot of energy out in the middle from the team in green.
That's loose short of length, missing that cut shot. The feet not moving a lot, slow the ball. Just beating Finale's on the offside. Good cutter of the ball. Just beaten.
Having a look at the replay of that ball. Quite a lot of movement off the wicket, seaming in towards the right-hander.
Virtually outside off, driven through cover to the sweeper on the boundary. That brings up the 50 for Sunailis. 50 of 59 deliveries. That is a very important knock for the Sky Blues. Partnership also moving to 63. Very, very well done.
5 fours and a 6 in her half century. She's done it all, played all around the wicket.
Not more short of length. Also just drove it through the cover region for sweeper to tidy up. Too easy for these two set batters in the middle. The rotation of strike.
This came through in a really crucial time of the game, with 2 early wickets falling in the first 3 overs. She's been calm, she's been calculated.
Straight to Fuller, just driven to long knock. You put it on the pitch, I'll hit it, says Sinelis. It comes to a close 4 from it. End of the 20th. Score now 92 for 3. Douglas Lewis, Stern Paul go up to 120. 180 balls left, 189 runs left. So the game still in the balance. As we see the spectators here at SuperSport Park enjoying the warm day. Best to stay in the shade today. I'm joined by Werner. Werner, everything to play for.
It is. We said this will be the big partnership, and batters have had their opportunities to break it, both coming from Bosch's bat. Snakeys has been pretty much flawless in her innings, and as if she hasn't had enough work to do already today, with the team runs of Hungary stuff already back for another spell.
That's very expert. Full outside of stand cut straight to the point fielder.
Yeah, lucky to get away with that one. Leaks this so strongly on that touch shot as it should and point up in the ring, just a sweeper, so can't really afford to give too much with this Scenarios. Can also not afford to strap out with no fine leg at all.
So he uses her feet, paddling down to the fine leg area for 4 runs. Great use of the crease. Getting the ball to come to her. Just nudges it down and using the pace of Jas Varensberg.
Yeah, almost too easy for Lee. Such a waiting gap. She loves getting it down there in that area. She's very strong to the leg side in particular, at least. And so they bring that fielder from square leg to a short fine leg. So it's great in coming into place now.
So full on the offside cut away. Miscue at point. A sweeper on the cover boundary going to tidy up. Getting that single. Good start for the Fidelity Titans.
And this partnership has moved on to 70 at almost a run a ball, pretty much doing exactly what they need in pursuit of this target of 281. So a long way to go, so the Titans will hope that this partnership sticks around for a long time still.
Fuller straight there, Bosch hitting it straight overhead for 4 runs. Great shot from Anneke Bosch, saying, I want part of this party. Keeping her straight, waiting for the ball.
And runs come up for the Titans, so that shot Bosch down to the ground, and was drowning in it. It's been a good counter attack from Bosch. Now she's been given a couple of lifelines that she needs to make it count.
Wilson on the legs. What given by umpire Dian. Unnecessary there from Jans van Rensburg. Going for the 2 boundaries in the over and then straying the leg side.
I wonder if it was worth bringing her back on so quickly again. 6 over spell takes a lot out of the body and the heat. And so to already bring her back for another spell might have been a little bit too early from Captain Kula.
Rensburg straight to just into the cover region for no run. Absolutely, I think it was, my opinion, is a bit too early to bring it back from a long spell. The stage is very hot today. 6 over spell will take a lot out of you. Captain Kula hoping for a breakthrough. Short outside the offline, cut through the covers for 1. Not a lot of twos run today between these 2 in batters. That brings us to the end of the over. 103 for 3.
Productive one for the Titans. The runs coming off it. So I think that comeback spell might be short-lived for Nick Johnson from Rensburg. I think Kula needs to lead the way here now with the ball. Again, another one who has a bit of making up to do for that drop catch. We've seen a few easy ones get down today. Here's a long on and long off out on the boundary, as well as hold on for a moment because they're still changing as Field 76 aims to have the deep end wickets and a sweeper out on the outside. And bringing in a square leg fielder as well, so gaps in front of square on the leg side, up all the way until not off.
Captain Kula need to take the lead of this attack. Trying to break this partnership. Also Bosch straight to work into the leg side. Quick single, running hard, looking to come back for 2. No, decides against it. Great start for them. Just rotating the strike.
Spoke earlier about some of the players who are being selected for the Pro50 women. Fortunately, I've seen Leah Jones, his name is complete her 4 overs today. She was actually picked up a little bit of a shoulder niggle. So
Straight driven, straight on the ground. Be just a single.
so I hope that won't be too serious for her. Getting her for proper call up to the Pro50 women who want to grab that opportunity with both hands. So let's hope that's just precautionary rather than anything serious.
Goodbye to Bosch. Fuller straight it, trying to straight down again. Just getting that single. Putting the left boot out to try and stop that ball. But in vain. Speed and momentum shift further. Sky Blues taking the lead. Getting the bowler's ball to them. And the pressure back on them. Straight in, straight down, straight back to it. No run from the 3rd ball there over.
I think if they've done anything from the first innings, it was that a few wickets can make a real big difference. So, despite the good partnership here, wicket here brings a new batter to the crease. Just pull things back again. Even then, Backers look to be going for a big total.
Let's throw straight down to extra cover. Great fielding there in the extra cover region. See the energy still in the field. The total needed to win 175 of 169 balls. All to play for. 1 wicket changes the game. Good. So now he's using her feet, jumping too long off. Okay, not letting the bowler settle on the line of length. Brings us to the end of the 22nd over. Score now 107 for 3.
Yeah, game very much in the balance at the moment. It looks easy for the Titans right now. And how quick that can change. And indeed, just one over back for Nicolene Jansen on Ainsworth. Was a bit too much to ask, even for the workhorse, as we've discussed.
And she needs a break once in a while. Change in bowling.
Zal Abrams into the attack and have the best day with the back, but you can make up what the fall here.
Yeah, cut away through the covers. Only one. Can we saw that in the Titans innings as well. Discipline just to get that ball into the keeper's gloves. Unnecessary to the
And bounce it too high to make it a run.
ball on the legs, whipped into the leg side. And you're going to be one.
Still giving it their all in the field. There's Nicolene Jansen on the right, but their energy cannot be tamed.
3 runs from the first 2 deliveries of the over. Boundary wanted. Getting full on the leg, swept into the leg side. And cleaned up on boundary. And inwardly. Meter left, meter right. That was 4 all day. Straight to full waiting for it. Beating Shanae the full delivery. Great take there from Michael Rudder.
And we talked about extra not being an easy part. And a good start for Abrams.
Let's shorter drop into the covers. Looking for one. Getting the one. This over 1-1.1.
Graphics guy might have missed the overthrow of the first delivery.
That's correct. Fuller swept away. Getting the control that she wants as Abrams. Stuff brings us to the end of the 23rd over. 113 for 3. But we'll mix back that over from line and length from Abrams.
They really tossed up that last delivery. We're trying to invite a big shot from Bosch. It's not sort of going for it yourself. That like take the attack to the bowlers. This partnership has been moving along swimmingly. The run the ball. The 86 Zintle Kula. The captain will continue from the pavilion end.
Leg side. Goes into the leg side for one. Not running hard, just wanting the one. Getting it to André Derksen, stationed at our corner. She's quite happy if the ball comes straight to her. A great innings that she had in in their batting innings. Full straight, going straight down the ground, too long on. Only the one.
You just need to break it down into smaller targets. I think you want to look at the 281 already at this point. Set yourself a target where you want to be at 30 overs. Maybe I thought around the 160 mark after 30 overs.
Still to their check drive into cover, no run. Tidy spell this from Zinhle Kula. The 8 runs from her first 2 overs. 2 runs in the third. Kula slashes hard. Great fielding there from the cover fielder, or the point fielder, sorry. Putting on body on the line. That was 4 written all over it.
Point fielding covering as well. That's how it fits in. Very good job to her left hand side. Full effort. Impressive.
Straight onto the wickets. Whipped into the leg side to Andre Derksen on cow corner. Only the one.
Just feel the sense of calm between these two international batters. They look like they know exactly what they're doing in this run chase so far. Aside from the two catching opportunities, of course, but since then things have settled down.
No communication. They just know each other very well. Screwed up. Opportunity. Tough chance. Diving forward.
Looking at the Canadiensburg, we've been talking about how much work she's put in, and that was a very good, very difficult opportunity, diving away to her right hand side. And it's Bosch again. Again, a lucky escape. I would say this one was much more difficult than the other 2 opportunities so far staying in the innings. But that just could have really done with that one.
Great effort there in the field from Nicolinias for Rensburg. Body on the line. That was a tough chance. It's been a specky if that stayed in the hand.
And 17 for free. 24 overs, almost halfway through the innings, not yet halfway to the target. The Titans, but they'll know that that required rate of 6.3 is very much in hand at the moment. So now Abrams, he will continue from the Penumbra River, and if he has a deep wicket, deep back and square leg, a long on, and also a sweeper out on the offside on the boundary, covered boundary.
Floating it up. Hit over extra cover. Contact not that great. Going back for 2 does Anneke Bosch. But again, a bit too full. I think that Sinead would think that she missed out on a great opportunity there for a boundary.
Yes, he definitely did miss out there. Did be put away.
Left leg side swept away. Didn't find leg boundary for 4. Great shot there from Sinead.
Yeah, love the sweep shot there, ladies, and she needs no invitation. That ball straight down the leg side. It's way too easy for her to put away. So now the fielder comes a bit farther at the deep square leg that broadens again between square leg and mid wicket.
Bit flatter there, just nice into the leg side. Not the contact I think she wanted there. I think Abrams is going to be the one they're going to target with the flat given. Bit flat on the offside edge. Over Mikaderuda's glove. Running down to the third man boundary, coming back for 2. Well done to track that ball back.
Good grab there, Bodia. Cleanly. Sure. She puts her body on the line.
Floating up. Cut into the coverage and going to be cleaned up tightly on the cover boundary. 1.
As the Mid-innings has found it going very easy against the spinners so far today. First against Kiara Fisher, now against Giselle Abrams.
Abrams, bit more flight out to the off stump, straight to corner and take the 1. Sweep shot far outside the off stump. That brings us to the end of the over. This partnership, 100-run partnership of only 99 balls. So great start for this partnership. In difficult situation, getting the platform, foundation.
It's been very good going between these two. They've been quite easy. So we're halfway through the innings, still requiring a further 154 runs to win off 25. And it's Captain Kula to continue from the verdict end.
Leg ball cut to point, no run. Foundation set by the 2 experienced campaigners, Captain Bosch and Leach. Try to keep on pressing the pressure. Good, straighter, swept into the leg side. 1 bounce 4. Great shot there from Annika Bosch in that pressure relief.
Picking the gap very well is Bosch. Now he has spots. Kula doesn't have that much pace in getting down nice and early to sweep it across the line over that square leg fielder. Dispersion for the ball. As it went over those advertising boards, just in between. Be a tricky place to get the ball out of sometimes. Didn't manage to get it back. The advertisements just gone a little bit quiet of late. Partnership like this can do that to a team. Seems to look very comfortable at the moment, but they need to keep telling themselves that we're 1 breakthrough away from being right back into this game.
Cool out to Bosch. Fuller straighter, just get out. Great balance shown there from Annika Bosch. Getting her head behind the ball. She's also moving swiftly to 46 of 51. Not wasting too many deliveries. Absorbed the pressure early on in her innings. Fuller driven through extra cover, running hard, coming back for 2, does no decide against it.
I think he just could have probably pushed a little bit harder. That running was definitely too on there. But good fielding by Mark down the boundary.
Partnership 105 runs. Just to straight whip into the leg side, taking the easy one. Continuing to keep the scoreboard ticking over. The Titans still need a 148 or 145 deliveries. Run rate 5.2. They need a 6.1. Everything still bad. A Fuller driven over extra cover does Annika Bosch. Great effort on the boundary. Coming back for the second.
Very well fielded by Kayakaze. Mate really put everything on the line there. Almost kamikaze Mate did well to keep it in. Gets both hands behind us on his left. It went was traveling quickly. Exceptional work from her to come in of the number 26. It's 135 for 3.
Yeah, great effort there from Kayakaze Mate. Not giving up the chase. Ball hit very well, but putting a body on the line for the team. $135 for 3. 146 to go. Scoreboard pressure not getting to these two set batters. Anneke Bosch on 49. Soon at least facing up now on 74.
Looks like Evodia Ukile back into the attack. See if she can tempt Sinhalese here. Wouldn't be surprised if she tries going over the cover region again once lobbed up outside the house stump.
It through mid wicket, running hard. Think about 2. No, says Sinhalese. Rotating the strike. Angle that Ukile is bowling from will suit both these batters. Full it down the ground, and that brings up the 50 for Anneke Bosch. Fantastic innings from the captain. 50 or 54 deliveries. Much needed knock from the captain, leading from the front. And 2 senior players looking very steady. Chase this 281.
I think it was as much needed for the team as it was for her as well. Just a bit of confidence keeping back into her game.
Well, it's straight back to Ukile. He's moving a bit late there. Maybe between 2 minds. Ukile using the flight very well. Flight the leg side, using her feet, does through the leg side. Bosch running hard, but only going to be the one. Great fielding in the deep.
Ground fielding has been good from the batters. This one take hold of any catching opportunities that still come.
The inside chance in the deep. Swept to backward square leg boundary. Misfield coming back for the second.
Almost went to the ground too early there. The answer by Rainsburg. Sure, she needed to dive. She was a bit early on it. They expected the ball to come off quicker off the surface. Rainfield.
Uses the flight again. Swept to cow corner. Only for 1. Important for these 2 batters is to wait for the flight and the ball as you get to the end of the 27th over. Score now 141 for 3. Partnership 114 between these 2. Leeds on 76, Bosch on 53. Needing 140 more to win. They're halfway.
Few slightly darker clouds approaching in the distance from the south side. The North River side, as you see on the screens. That innings was set up by Julia Hall, magnificent 87 of 83. And Annie Reduction was dropped on Nords for going on to smash 113, run a ball. Really impressive innings from her. 2 apiece from Samantha Skitalis, Marie Marks, and Masabata Klaus. And then this innings now set up by the 2 experienced pros in Sinhalese and Annika Bosch, showing why they are Protea material. Zunke Kula needs to show. But Steve Edouard as captain here after Gargroot badness needs to Give a bit of a spark here for a team. Get the team to be re-energized as well, as things have gone quiet at the moment.
Boss straight, just get down the ground, taking the easy single. Good spot for this ball. Just going 5 to the over. As I said, batters need to bring the spark, get something with the ball to inspire a team to keep on fighting. Both sides still in this game. Good luck to Leslie's using a feed driving through the cover region for 1. Great use of the crease again from Sunandis.
Yeah, if you've been walking around, maybe she does tend to do that. To blow this off a bit. Very good with manipulating the field as well.
Fuller still have the ball. Boss, not the timing that she wanted. No run to the short cover. Great variation of pace there from Zetlekula.
Here is so yeah, trying to get the team going here.
Kula straight back to her. The time's not there for Anneke Bosch. Variation in pace. More difficult.
It's a good move from Kula. It's nice and tight.
As of no ball called by umpire Machete. It was a great ball from Zetlekula. Using the variation. Free hit called by umpire Machete. Bosch does. Reverse that. Through there, he's going to run down for 4. Timing was fantastic from Anneke Bosch through the hands of short third man and still raced away for 4 runs.
Yeah, been a bit butterfingers trying gone for badges today. Of course, that one wouldn't have mattered, seeing as it was a free hit, but still, and ends up going away for 4. The key leg, the guilty party there on this occasion. Bosch made up her mind what she was going to do with that free hit early.
Straight to work into the leg side, down to short 45. No run there. End of a good over for the Fidelity Titans. 7 of it. And score now 148 for 3 after 28 overs.
I was talking about how tight that over was from Kula. He just overstepped, and that changed the whole course of that over. See where she's going, she really does fall away a lot. This Kula falls away quite dramatically to the offside with her head collapsing on that front leg. And so, quite impressed with the control she does have with that type of action, so maybe something to look at.
So he's calling for a no ball. The amount of fielders outside the ring.
But now,
That will call.
just on that point, right? She's called that. Why does she not hit that ball? Why does she block it and then say, wait, it's a no ball and you got the free hit? You can hit the no ball for 4 or 6 and then hit the free hit. Why would you block the one you know for sure is a no ball?
Absolutely great point. Using her feet, Sunayli's missing the free hit, but a very, very valid point that you make there, Vader. Not needing to wait. If you go out on the no ball, you still keep on batting, and that no ball just dot for the free hit. See the umpires looking at the skies as well. It down the ground does Sunayli's too long one.
Yeah, so she was very aware of the fielders, and then he's very good on that point. I do think he may miss the trick on that one as well. But yeah, there are some dark clouds approaching, unfortunately.
Great shot there from Anneke Bosch straight through the Keeley. That previous run brought up the 150 for the Fidelity Titans. This partnership moving swiftly to 123 between Lees and Bosch. Keeley flighted user feed does Sinead Lees down to long on again.
Another interesting one of that first delivery. So she immediately pointed out the free. She didn't show no ball. She went straight to free. That's all she was focused on.
She was ready for the free. Keeley user flight. Bosch using her feet. Great variation of pace from Keeley. Bosch sweeping to deep square, only for one.
Yes, so despite the no ball and the obviously subsequent free kick, there's only 5 runs coming off that over. So all the awareness didn't really change much to that over in the end. It's 153 for 3 of the 29 overs. The umpires are both looking up to the skies. See the general call these days in the areas, if the lightning is within 10 kilometers, they tend to go off. And that's what happened yesterday. So the umpires are having a discussion. And so you see on the radar that it is approaching, but it's still some way away. So for now, the umpires decide it's still good to go. We haven't heard anything. We haven't actually seen any lightning yet. That is the right decision by the umpires. Of course, player safety comes first, but some calm heads as well needed. Plenty of thoughts prevails. It's Kazim Mate who comes into the attack from the pavilion end.
153 for 3. Run rate, they're going at 5.3 to the over. The required grade is 6.1. Very good. Smarter. To Bosch, the cut through cover region for 1.
Very different action to Zentle Kula. She's a lot more straight up. Is kind of Kazim Mate runs over the top where Zentle Kula falls away. Zentle Kula is a very good bowler, of course, all round, and she's led this team so well to the top of the table.
Okay, outside the wide line, hit to the sweep on the offside boundary. So he's using her feet and swivels through the crease to get to that ball. Trying to change the bowler's line. That's still for 1 minute. From the 2 balls this over. Bosch drives too long off. Again, just a single. Great work from these 2 batters. Keep their scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, it seems all too easy at the moment for the Titans. Just trying to see what is the duck with Lewis. So, pass score right now is 146, so the Titans are ahead at the moment.
Slow and short serve straight back to her. Great variation of pace. I think that's important for the Fidelity Titans getting ahead of the Duck Lewis. We know in the IFL afternoon rain showers, thunderstorms. It's a real big possibility. He's moving over, sweeping into the leg side, hitting the gap on the leg side for 4 runs. Great use of her feet and the crease.
Yeah, both Lees and Bosch have used that sweep shot against the Pacers. She's so good in her shot, gets nice and low, right on top of bounce off the ball. So no real risk in it. moves on to 84. I wonder if the storm around. I wonder how many of the G20 leaders have seen a real sort of storm like we get in Gauteng.
Shorter this time, cut through the covers. Work to be done on the sweeper boundary. I think Bosch wanted to come back for 2, but not going to happen. We come to the end of the 30th over, 161 for 3.
Yeah, I mentioned something about being around 160 after 30 overs, and so the Titans have gotten there. We stay in a strong position the back end of this match, needing exactly 120 of 20 overs at a run ball. With these two at the crease, the Titans will feel very comfortable indeed. Partnership has moved on to 134 of only 130 deliveries. Batters will be ruined those drop chances of Anakabaj. But then again, the Titans themselves gave opportunities to the Badgers, so it's pretty much evened out so far. Welcome back, Jenna. So,
Thank you, Anna. Yakile continuing from the Hinopshire end. Passed up and played that extra coverage. And a good piece of fielding there from Zinhle Kula.
make sure to have all 5 fielders in the inner ring now.
This looks to use her feet, but decides against it in the end as she just plays this out to the leg side for 1. Without the fielder, the mid-wicket fielder in play on the leg side, that leg side region is easy to get the single off of, especially with the right-hand bowler coming around the wicket. Bath uses her feet and hits it hard down to long on for 1. It's really enjoyable cricket to watch.
It is a really tricky thing of close game in the end. If you can't be prepared for a first match interview beforehand, you don't know the way it's going.
Into the leg side again. Lots of work to be done from the fielder at Cow Corner. It's done in the end. Good running as Bosch comes through to the non-strikers end for the doubles. Danae lists her total inching closer and closer to that century mark. 88 off 93. Looking to sweep but, over that right shoulder. Just going through the shot too quickly is Sunelis.
Sunelis loves that for the SuperSport pulp.
Uses their feet to the flight. Now look for the second again. Good piece put in by Isel Saliers from long on this time to cover it up. And that's the end of the 31st over. 166 for 3.
Commentated on the match last season. I remember it was the beginning of this year or end of last year, where she made 150. I think it was earlier this year. She made 150. It might have been against the Knights, and she really dominated that innings. They batted first, and she ended up helping the team post a really big total where she was hitting the ball all over the park by the end of that innings, improvising and just making things look so easy.
Yeah, she definitely has the potential to do that, and she's shown it at provincial level. Hope that someday soon she can show that at international level as well. She has the potential for it. As we see a bowling change, Annie Dirksen into the attack.
But this feels like a pivotal moment in the match. She has a bit of extra pace than Annie Dirksen, but she doesn't always have the control. And so this can go one of 2 ways. Either she gets a wicket and shifts the momentum to the Badgers, or they get a few boundaries away.
A round arm action. It's just defended into the offside for no run. Annie Dirksen, her whole junior career for SWD, bowled off spin. And then turning, as soon as she matriculated to seam, she's a really tall bowler, strong, really puts her back behind the ball. It's opening out the face. Straight to backward point there for no run. I agree with what you're saying here, Vanna. 115 runs needed off 112 balls. Really is a pivotal point in the match.
Yeah, I know Evan Jones did something similar. He used to go off spin as well and change to pace, and also struggled with the control at the start.
It's full and straight, but this gets back behind it. I'll get through for one.
Tricky field to bowl too as well. If you aren't as confident in landing a consistent area, because if you stray a bit on the pads, you'll get flipped past spine leg, straight to far on the offside, you'll be cut away between that short third and point. So important for her to try keep it nice and tight for her captain.
She does just that, bowling straight to her field here. So far this over.
Yeah, it's been a much better start.
She is a fit bowler, a fit player all round. But she did spend a lot of time out in the sun this morning with her 113. She did bowl earlier on, I think. Perhaps just giving her body a little rest, hanging out on the boundary for the majority of the innings. It's full on that off-stump line, and that's a really dangerous line in length to be bowling. So you miss, I hit kind of line.
It's very well bowled. It's been an impressive move from her. She's trying to prove points to me that she has a lot more control than I gave her credit for.
It's hit hard over extra cover's head. Julia Hall on chase there. She does really well to get across to that. Annika Bosch and Sunelis come through for the second. Excellent cricket all round of the last ball of the 32nd over. 169 for 3 with Sunelis on 90. Annika Bosch on 65. And that 65 I think will feel really good for Annika Bosch.
Really hope these clouds stay away so that the umpires aren't too quick to take the fielders off the ground. It can be tricky to get back on the park here once it starts. So I haven't seen any lightning yet, even though the clouds are quite dark from a distance, at least though.
The lightning actually is just over 24 kilometers away, so there's still a little bit of wiggle room. Titans well above the Duckworth Lewis pass score, sitting at 157, 12 runs over. Yekile short down leg, really a dolly of a delivery.
Really got away with that one.
Yeah.
Yekile with fine leg up in the ring, 45, another excited to prefer.
Uses her feet this time. Manages to get it between Long On and cow corner. They want to take the second. Decide against it.
She's been finding that gap expertly in the last couple of overs against Yekile. That's what she does well, using her feet and bringing out the sweep shot.
Really tossed up this time. Bosch chooses the safe option, plays it on the ground out to long off. It's been a really calm and collected partnership. 144 runs between the two of the Titans batters. Tossed up again. Rolls her wrist over the ball nicely to keep it on the ground.
I think what these two batters need to keep in mind that wicket now, apart from obviously a new partnership, that brings the Duckworth Lewis turn score up quite a bit.
Goes on the sweep and beats 45. Goes through to deep square. Nicolini and Stefansberg getting it in for one. Yeah, a wicket now will definitely change the course of the game, considering it starts to rain. Uses the crease well, deep back in towards the stumps. Headed across the line. That'll close off the over with another single. 5 from it. Evodia Yekile finishes her 8th over. 174 for 3. after 33.
I think the batters would welcome this bit of clouds of cover. So beating throughout the day. It's been a hot day out there. So when you tend to get here in Gauteng, if it's a hot, humid day, then you tend to get a bit of a thunder shower late in the afternoon. Not quite yet that summer, but summer storms are upon us.
Andrew Dixon continuing. Goes short. So Nalis is ready for it and pumps it through to the leg side for one. Speaking of the rain, my mum just sent a message on the family group. Our front porch is nearly flooding, so big storms in Johannesburg.
Alright, well, it does tend to come from that way. We do see some dark clouds. Still haven't seen any rain in the distance or lightning, so that's the good news.
Hard over the head of Anu Dirksen. Is it an attempt at a catch or did she fall to avoid being hit by the ball? But Annika Bosch pushes that straight over the bowler's head for 4.
Yeah, I was wondering whether it was a coincidence where she went down in a follow through or she just looked up, saw the ball coming and just decided to get under it. And it is a 150 run partnership up between Annika Bosch and Sune Lees moves up to 152. And it's come over a run ball. It's been a very good going between these two.
Goes short again and it's pulled across the line. And Van Rensburg cleans up on the boundary. They come through for 1.
Some nice length to pull away. Maybe a bit fortunate and that didn't find the boundary. But with the field set, it does make sense. Pull length back a touch.
Quick ball there, but outside the off stump. Snell is caught wanting.
That is caught in the crease a bit. Maybe it felt that it stayed a touch low, but I think it was fuller than she anticipated.
Skid it through a little bit. Dixon goes short again. This time it goes straight between cow corner and square leg. She finds herself another boundary. Sunelis is well on her way to the century mark as she bisects the 2 fielders on the leg side.
Now I'll put away this time by the she finds that gap, and this is that turning point we're talking about. We can go one way or the other in this spot from Henry Dixon. This over going for 10 runs already. Now the ball to come. I think that's quite rate back down to 6 to the over.
Full toss there. Not called a no ball by umpire Diana at square leg. Will get through for the single. 11 from the over. And Dixon going at 14 in her 2. That's the end of the 34th. 185-3. Sunelis just 1 short of that century. Annika Bosch on 72 off 76.
Yeah, it's just a quick glance at the square leg umpire. Staring at each other. I feel like one is convinced they should go off, and the other is saying no. There hasn't even been a spike of lightning so far. Or maybe it's just a case of they're not returning the ball to her as they should. It's around this time that they start using one ball. Is that implemented domestically for the moment? Not sure. Not sure whether that new playing condition is in place here.
Head off her legs, and that single brings up the century for Sunelis. She came in at a pivotal time with 2 early wickets falling, and that is the celebration that the Titans have become accustomed to. She has been calm, she has been collected, and she takes her century away for the Titans. All she needs to do now is get her team over the line.
It's been so impressive from Lees. Pretty much flawless. She's not given any opportunities. She's found the gaps hip at the boundary that made it seem very easy.
Use of the feet here from Annika Bosch, and this momentum here from the Fidelity Titans is carrying them over. It's a bad ball from Yekile, but Bosch makes sure it goes over the boundary rope for 4.
Seems like she tried a leg spinner there, something different, and it didn't quite work out over pitch, and it's well put away by Bosch.
Well spotted. Returns to her standard off spin. Proves effective here.
Comfortably above that, Darkwood Lewis stands for now 24 runs ahead.
As Annika Bush plays this out into the offside. A good piece of fielding, especially considering there's nobody out in the cover sweeper region.
Yeah, you can feel it shifting momentum here now. Lisa's now to 100, so she might even look to be a bit more expansive.
She uses her feet deep in the crease, plays it safely on the ground down to cow corner. 90 to win from 92 balls. Well above Duckworth Lewis. Expansion might not be needed. Hits through the covers by Annika Bosch, and that'll crash into the purple boundary ropes for 4, her second of the over. As in the distance behind Menlyn, I just saw a lightning strike. That ends off the 35th over, 196 for 3.
11 runs coming off each of the last 2 overs. Things now really in favour of the Titans here, and it seems like the umpires are thinking about it, and that they will be calling the fielders off the ground. And so the Titans in the ascendancy comfortably ahead of the Darkwood Lewis turns for as a drinks is called. So you just hold on whether the umpires decide to call him off or not. But it is drinks. It's 196 for 3 after 55. The sunglasses coming off to have a proper look at the dark skies now. And then we'll take a short break ourselves and be back with you soon.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park, a gloomy SuperSport Park. As William has just been around the back of the stadium, he says it's very dark on the north side of it, so anything is possible. But we're back on after the short drinks break as Kiara Fisher takes the ball. She replaces Henri Dirksen from the pavilion end. Sunelius getting her century in the previous over. She's on 101 off 107. And Annika Bosch on 81 off 80 balls.
I wonder if they want to dangle carries here. Well, they won't be dangling anything, it seems, because the umpires decide that is enough with the weather approaching, the lighting approaching, and so we have the drinks break, and that will be that as they come off. I haven't seen any further lightning, but umpires decide for the safety of the place. They will come off. I don't think the Titans will be too perturbed by that, being what's it now? It's 25 runs. It's probably more. It's 171 is the pass through at the end of this move. So comfortably ahead of that. And what a partnership between Annika Bosch and Sunelius. 169 unbeaten, 100 from Sunelius of the highest quality. Annika Bosch has rode her luck, but has found some rhythm in the rest of her innings to really get it going for her 81s. They're being clapped off the field. So our hope is that we will be able to come back on again to complete this match. But as you can see there are some dark clouds hovering around Central Park. But you can also see there's no rush to get any coverage on the pitch. So no rain, just concern for lightning. 280 put on the board by the Gardner Badgers, 113 by Henry Dirksen, followed up a great knock from Julia Hall, 196 in the reply from the Fidelity Titans. So we're off for bad light. The light isn't great, but I'm pretty sure they can still see Kiara Fisher lobbing up the field. Anyway, so there is the covers coming onto the field as a precaution. And if we have any more, we will come back to you and give you the ball by ball.